All right, we're live. I'm excited. Should be a good night. I am Joshua Kemble. I'm going to try something a little different. So up here, I'm going to see if I can make this happen with live streaming magic with my low tech live streaming abilities. So we'll see how well it goes. But pay attention to this corner right here, right above, like sitting on here. Some interesting things will happen. Oh no. Oh, technical difficult. I'm just kidding. I put the old loading screen from a TV so that we can have like moments like this. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the stream will be back shortly. I'm excited about that. There's more low tech to come. All right. So, who am I? I'm Joshua Kemble, and I have been for some reason, I'm sounding British. I have been an illustrator and cartoonist for about hello Harry Potter. Like anyhow, sorry. I'm usually not that obnoxious at the very beginning of a live stream, but you know what? It's my live stream, so let's have fun. Okay. So a bunch of stuff to catch up on. First, we're going to get through plugs. I'm Joshua Kemble. I've been a professional illustrator and graphic designer for about 20 years. I have been a professional art director for 8, which is kind of insane to even think, because time as you get older, you'll notice it does fly by very quickly. I know this is like the most profound trope I will have said tonight, but as you get older, time passes really fast. Anyhow, so I do all that stuff for my day job, and then I do these live streams where I work on comics, and this is where movie magic is about to happen. You guys, I was so excited about this. It's kind of lame, but before I plug my regular books, I have something really important to announce, which is my buddy Scott Cirkland. If you guys follow the Artcasters, then this should be of no surprise to you whatsoever. Paul Pate said, I'm a profound trope. Darn right, Paul's a profound trope. Paul Pate, great cartoonist and illustrator in his own right. You guys should get his Detective Perez series. Okay, so my good friend Scott Cirkland, you guys will know Scott. He's one of the coolest members of our community. He is basically has been my co-host on Artcasters since I started, back when I started doing Artcasters with him and Jeff Lafferty. And it's since become Scott, me, and Corey hosting Artcasters. And Artcasters has had on like a bunch of artists within our community. I think it's drawn a lot of people together. And honestly, I think Scott is like the glue that holds together a lot of people in our community. And I think he's also one of the most supportive people in comics, which is why I'm really excited to announce that his Kickstarter for issue 5 of Young and the Dead is out right now. We'll take a look at his Kickstarter and see how it's going too. It looks like it's almost funded first day, but you guys can be the people to tip it over. So why am I mentioning this Kickstarter? Not only is it a friend of mine's Kickstarter, but I have a variant. There's a variant cover. This is the movie magic right there. I told you guys it would be right in that spot, right behind my hand. This variant cover for Young and the Dead, I did for Scott years ago. And it is available as part of his Kickstarter on youngandthedead.com. Not the Young and the Dead, but just youngandthedead.com. That'll take you to Scott's Kickstarter. He is offering this as well as like 5. Well, I am one of 5 alternate covers made by different artists in our community, like Gary Hodges, and just like like Corey did one. Oh my goodness, I'm blanking out on all the people. We'll look at the actual page, but a lot of really cool people in our community. 5 people did 5 alternate covers that will only be available. I believe they're only exclusive to this Kickstarter. And so like once they're done, they're done. And this is a really good way. actually years ago, I took advantage of this. I think it might have been during issue 2 or 3. I can't remember, but a long time ago, I hadn't bought issue 1 of Young and the Dead, and Scott ran a Kickstarter campaign for one of the earlier issues, and I bought the bundle and I got the whole series. And the cool thing is you can do the same thing now. So if you haven't read Young and the Dead yet, you should get the bundle. I will tell you right now. And then Paul said Young and the Dead Kickstarter is killing it 100%. And then I will also show you guys like what I chose to back, which was I decided to do the backing where I believe Scott's probably going to send me a copy of Young and the Dead #1, I think, which this is the alternate for. I think he's going to send that to me, but as a friend of all the people doing alternate covers, I want all the alternate covers, not just my own. So I bought the bundle on his Kickstarter that offers all the alternate covers, as well as like you can do an add-on. So for me, I already have all the Young and the Dead issues, and so I wanted to get the original cover as well. And what's cool is you can kind of customize the Kickstarter, and we can look at it in a second before I get into. Of course, I'm live streaming, so I'm going to be drawing. But anyhow, if you want to get a hold of Young and the Dead, the alternate copy of the cover drawn by yours truly, by me, you should jump on it now. And why wait on a Kickstarter campaign? Like, why not just wait? A lot of people are like, I'll just wait the 31 days and see if it's funded. No. You want to hop on now because early momentum on these things dictates like how successful they are. And so even though I think he's going to be fully funded probably within a few days, I want, because it's a friend of mine, Scott, I think is one of the most awesome people in our community. I want to see him have wild success. So if you guys are subscribed to my channel, are friends of Scott or anything like that, I just encourage you guys to go show Scott your support. He's usually the first person to fund everybody's Kickstarters or Indiegogos. He's one of the most supportive people in our community, and I would just recommend. Also, the cool thing is you can get this rad, like pulpy, obvious homage to like, classic horror, EC horror comics that I did for Scott. And there's a whole slew of covers. I'd say mine might be one of the weakest of the 5 alternate covers. And that's not that I feel that I did a bad cover. I feel really proud of the cover I did for him. It's just the talent involved is that good. So that's my first plug. I know that took like 5 minutes, but Scott's a really good friend. And again, you guys should go to youngandthedead.com and make sure you're supporting Scott. And also, hey, pick up my variant cover. It's worth owning, I believe. All right. Now, more magic. Jacob's Apartment is my graphic novel about 2 roommates, Jacob and Sarah, that are young adults. They're both at this point of crisis of identity in their lives, and basically trying to kind of figure out who they are and what their direction is. And they're both pursuing their dreams in the arts. Like, both of them want to work in books. Sarah wants to work as an editor, editing books, because books are what got her through a very abusive childhood. And Jacob has also like had a childhood full of like bullying and religious indoctrination, and always turned to books and comic books in particular for his escape. And so both like he's pursuing trying to become a cartoonist, and both of them are also at that young adult area of life where they're trying to kind of define who they are in their careers and in their dreams in the waking world. However, their dreams in the waking world and the sleeping world start getting confused and start overlapping when Jacob is hit with a huge crisis where he loses his father to cancer, starts questioning his belief system. And similarly, at the same time, Sarah has gone through a breakup of a recent relationship that she defined her identity by. And as they're both going through these conflicts of identity, they start finding commonality And so this book is kind of similar to Jacob's Apartment is kind of similar to if you took Eternal Sunshine for the Spotless Mind, you put it in a blender with Ghost World, and you meshed it all up, and you like the flavor of that. That is Jacob's Apartment, which you should pre-order. Actually, I was going to say pre-order. You can order. It's been out for a month. Order it from your local bookstore. Ask your local bookstore to carry it. A big thing I've been pushing is like, if you guys live near a library, ask them to carry this book. It's actually carried at quite a few libraries, and it's a pretty cool thing. Jim said, wait a minute, this isn't big illustration party time. Hey, you know what? Every time that I am on, it is a big illustration party, but it's never a full big illustration party time without Kevin Cross. So anyhow, so I will say jump on that. Make sure you bought this book. You can order it at bookstores anywhere. And I have like one more plug to go through before we get into drawing tonight and maybe checking on the status of Scott Circlin's. I'm just going to throw that up again. Boom. Young and the Dead, which I did an alternate cover for, and you can only get through Scott's Kickstarter. So, you know, go pick that up today. Check out the other alternate covers. They're really, really cool. All right. Let's see here. And then finally, Two Stories is my graphic novel about, it's an autobiographical graphic novel. It's 8.5 by 11, so it's a nice big book. I have it over here like that. And this is done in the vein of like Zap or Raw or other indie comics. And this is a comic that talks really openly about trying. The goal of the comics is to destigmatize conversations about mental illness and mental health. And it talks very directly, confessionally about my journey dealing with suicidal ideation and pretty severe depression, as well as caregiving for somebody with panic disorder, and growing up, witnessing a lot of hypocrisy in Christian schools, as well as playground politics and dressing as Indiana Jones for an entire year at a school before there was such a thing as cosplay. Jim said, I think the price went back up for Two Stories. I checked earlier today. Yeah, Two Stories, like if you guys find one of those beautiful windows where Two Stories ends up being like $2 or like, like sometimes, I don't know why, but Amazon will occasionally have these crazy sales on Two Stories. I will say, if you're looking for a good Amazon sale, I mean, ideally you want to support local bookstores and stuff like that. I will say, Two Stories seems to be back at regular price, but one thing I noticed was if you keep an eye on Jacob's Apartment, you can sometimes get it for just a little bit under cover price, which is kind of cool. So if you're pinching, trying to kind of like, or you want to save on shipping, Prime can kind of get you that. Although personally, I think with this book, since it's carried by Diamond Distribution, it's better to support your local comic shop or your local bookstore or your local library. Or your local sheriff. That was a reference that dates how old I am, and Jim Lujan probably understands. Remember, support your local sheriff? I hope so, Jim. Anyhow, all right. And that will, oh no, we've lost. I'm just kidding. I'm going to play with that load screen just for the heck of it, because for those of you who remember old television, this is what you would see at certain late hours of the night. What I need to do is make it a video feed that starts going like GZD. Oh, GZ draw for Ev. Support your local Salvation Army. Nice. I agree with that too. You should. But the first thing of all this stuff I just went over for like 14 minutes, partially because I wanted to give attention to this. Get this now. Go to youngandthedead.com. Support Scott Circlin. I want to see that Kickstarter. I'm hoping that by the time I go on there, he'll be fully funded. He may not be yet, but let's check that out. Okay, so anyhow, let's get to what are we on the stream to do? Is it just to hawk GZ draw forever? said, that's an old reference. I think that's regarding my support your local sheriff. All right. Speaking of references too, this is a reference to a trip that I did with Jim Lujan, with Jimmy the Lutz, and Corey the Cur. All right, so here we go. We're gonna move forward to actually drawing some stuff, and we'll check on the status of Scott's Kickstarter as well. But what I have to do tonight is color page 29. I'm working on a graphic novel called Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural case of or story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. It's a historical fiction graphic novel that talks about Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Robert Browning, who were very famous Victorian English poets. And even if you think you haven't heard of them, you have. They're part of popular culture. So if you've heard the term, the words, how do I love thee, let me count the ways, that's Elizabeth Barrett Browning. That's her poetry. So anyhow, we are at this part. I have already drawn, I actually off stream, I hadn't been live streaming for a little bit, partially because just hospital stuff, all sorts of stuff that, like, luckily everyone's okay, everyone's safe, but there were just a lot of complications that kind of threw the regular kind of wheel of work and live streaming out of whack. And so I did, while all that wheel was kind of spinning and acting all crazy, I did manage to get this done. I'll go ahead and show you guys. Not this one, but this one, which was page 30. And then I managed to get page 29 penciled. I started with page 30 because, frankly, it was just an easier page to draw, and I wanted to get something to my publisher. But now we're doing page 30, which has this crazy scene at the last panel that's like a landscape of Italy from the rooftop of Casa Guidi. And real quick, let's check on the status before we. So what I'm going to do today is get in here and color each page or each panel of this comic. But before we get into that, I want to do one last thing for Scott's Kickstarter, and maybe we'll do this throughout the stream, like at maybe every hour we can kind of check the status of it. But I want to see where the Kickstarter is at. So let's see if we can get this going. All right, let me see if I can pull that up. All right, what are we at? Young and the Dead. I'm going to refresh. Okay. So Young and the Dead. Wait, what the heck? There we go. Young and the Dead is currently at 1,066 of a $1,200 goal. I think that's a reasonable goal, and I think we should get him there. We should get Scott there. But anyhow, I'm gonna go through and I'll show you guys the tiers, and then we'll get into drawing some stuff. So these are the alternate covers that I talked about. This is the variant cover by Russ Leach. Again, I even mentioned that my choice was to do the number 5, the variant cover print bundle, and then I did an add-on to get the issue number 5, which I don't have yet. I do have issues 1 through 4 that have Scott's regular covers, but of course I want Russ Leach's cover. Russ Leach, great cartoonist. He's been a guest on Artcasters. He did Only Death Can Save Us. He's also worked on Doctor Who, right? I mean, he's a really and also the How to Draw the Marvel Way, like the European edition of that, like that they used to release in magazines. So this guy's like a legit amazing cartoonist. And look at that beautiful cover where he's doing Scott's characters. Landon said, "Hey Josh, how's it going?" Jim said, "Do you need a drum roll? You're doing like the Jerry Lewis on the telethon thing." I know, I kind of feel like I should be Jerry Lewis for Scott. Like, I'm just excited for his Kickstarter. I want to see it. This is another cool alternate cover. This one's by Frederica Marchetti. And that is an illustrator who's brilliant, like a cartoonist that Scott, I believe, was working on a project with. But look at those beautiful covers. And this is alternate covers that are only available during his Kickstarter. There's Scott's actual cover. And then let's see what else. I want to show more of the alternate covers. Look at that beautiful, beautiful Gary Hodges cover. That's Gary Hodges doing Young and the Dead. Again, these alternate covers, these variant covers, they're very cool and only available. Look at that, Mr. Corey Kerr giving a shout out to old school Marvel comics. I love it. It even says Cirqueworks Comics Group, and it has approved by the Comic Commission. It's a little riff on the Comic Code Authority. You guys should consider that. And then we got Young and the Dead, and that is my alternate cover. So you have all these different tiers available, and I would recommend it. And I know that the art's already done and stuff, so make sure you guys go support his Kickstarter. All right, Scott, I did shilling for your stuff, and now I am done being a shill. And I think it's time we actually start coloring. All right, let's get into coloring some stuff. But I don't know. Real quick, I want to go back to this. Did you guys like this alternate thing? Oh, not that one. This one? Like, or do you prefer seeing me hold the physical books? I just thought that was actually much better to just have them up there for you guys to see. And then they can, they can kind of scoot around as need be, wherever the heck they want, right? Anyhow, whatever, we'll see. All right, guys. All right. Let's turn that off. Let's turn that off, and let's get back. Enough goofing around. Now at this point, I'm just procrastinating. Landon said, I like your EC Comics one, Josh. Really cool. Yeah, and again, like, the cool thing about it is, I think, I'm not sure, you guys would have to check with Scott, but I'm pretty sure that it's only available through the Kickstarter. So these like alternate, these variant covers, I don't know if that makes them like valuable or anything like that, but I definitely would say, like, I'm getting the variant covers of everybody's on there because I want Russ's, I want Corey's, I want Gary's, right? Like, I mean, it just makes sense. So that's the tier I'm backing, and I would recommend you guys back if you're torn about what you're going to back on there. I also realized I was missing my obnoxious logo that bugs the heck out of Corey Kerr. All right, guys, now let's get into drawing and coloring, and then I'll just start off, and we'll just kind of talk about whatever while we do this. So I will say this is going to be a beast to color. It's like if I could pick the worst page, that's probably going to take me, I'm going to probably be live streaming till about 2 in the morning. And I would think, oh yeah, I'll have this page colored by 2, except not this page. This page we may not even get to finish flatting, because as I'm working on this, it's just like an insanely complicated page. There's a lot of background stuff. There's a giant bookshelf. There's an entire cityscape. And so this page, it's funny, this page, even like that first panel, was a beast, because you have, like, I don't know, for me, buildings take forever. But this page with that giant landscape, oh man, that's going to take so long to flat. But that's comics. That's okay. Okay, we're getting into flatting now, and we're going to kind of rock and roll. Art by Galen raised his hand. How's it going? Jeezy Draw Forever said, I hate to say it, but society has trained to look for diversity in everything in entertainment, and I'm not seeing it in these covers. Maybe one cover the characters maybe Hispanic. Where are, and then he's basically asking if it was an oversight. So that's Scott Strickland's story. I believe two of the main characters, I believe, are Hispanic. But again, like, I think it's based around like childhood friends that he had growing up. But I will tell you, knowing Scott, that it's not like he was intentionally choosing not to have diverse characters. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Let's see here. Art by Galen said, "What's up, man? How you been? Just doing some art and chilling. Awesome. That's good. That's good to know. I am just not looking forward to this page. This page is going to be a beast." Landon said, yeah, Landon said, "Looks pretty cool. Also, you've already done a lot of grayscale, so after flatting, it's probably close to finished, but you have your method." Yeah, no, totally. Actually, the nice thing about this is, because of this method, where most of the shading is in the pencils, it will expedite the process quite a bit. So I'm going to start by coloring in Elizabeth, and I'm just going to kind of get into it. As for GZ Draw Forever, if you're talking about diversity within this story, I mean, that's a tough one, because this one is literally just a historical book. The one I'm working on. And in that case, like, I'm trying to just be accurate to like whoever was in this story, because it's based on historical events, like actual historical events. So for me, the goal in this is just to be as accurate to history as possible. John Coyote said, "What's up? Hope y'all have been doing well." We have, I think. How's everybody doing in the chats? I'm very excited. Again, if you guys haven't backed Young and the Dead, make sure you're doing that. And right now, what we're going to do is we're going to color Elizabeth Barrett Browning. And that is going to be the most exciting thing on the planet. Adam said, "Josh, my neighbor, a retired Harvard professor, is pretty interested in your Elizabeth Barrett Browning book when I told him about it." And then GZ Draw Forever said, "It answers it sort of. I find it interesting that the monsters on the cover are very distinctive by color. 2 shades of green monsters, purple monster, yellow. Seems there was a conscious decision to make various types instead of all purple monsters going after the kids." I guess. I mean, I again, like, I don't think that was something consciously chosen. I know on my alternate cover that I did for my friend's comic, I think I chose to keep them all green. And because I was doing a throwback to an EC comic, like, you'll notice there's only 4 colors that I use on my alternate cover that I did for Scott. And so, like, it's all just halftone dots. But yeah. Let's see. Adam, that's cool though about your neighbor, and that's cool. I hope they aren't sorely disappointed by the Brownings book. It'll be interesting to kind of see how it goes. Okay, let's get into coloring Elizabeth here. I think I might have to pull open another previous page. Previously. I feel like I want that that Law and Order chime that would happen when you'd say, like, previously on Law and Order, dung dung. Like, I want that sound effect. I need to really just turn this live stream into like a shock jock show where, there's like fart noises and Law and Order sound effects just on demand, where I can just press a button and it goes dung dung. I really honestly would love that. But you guys should be thankful that I don't have like I think Corey has like a board where he can like hit a button and it gives a sound effect. You guys should be very thankful I don't have that, because I am a goofball and I would overuse that to the point where you guys would just be like, ugh, I can't do it. There is like a terrible shock jock hiding deep in my personality, just waiting to come out. All right. So I'm gonna have let's do lip color next. Do 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 do. Art by Galen said, Stream Deck. I've got 2 of them for my streams. Yeah. So how do you avoid abusing them? Because I have like this 4-year-old in me that would get like every fart sound effect in the world. And like I'd just be hitting every one on the board, you know. Probably at any point where there was like dead air, I'd just have, you know, it's funny. I like do these artistic, like literary graphic novels, and then I also think fart sound effects are funny. it feels like it feels like the two shouldn't be the case, but um I don't know. Someday I'll grow out of it, right? Let's see here. Jim said, just donated to Scott's Kickstarter, Josh. Your smooth tones push me over the edge. I love it. You guys, we need to be donating. Please to consider today. National Public, wait. CircWorks Public Radio does not fund itself without your public support. And you guys, we have operators standing by just waiting for donations, and I'm hearing the bells just ringing everywhere. Let's see here. Let me pull up. Let's see the status of our, okay, and let's just look. Oh my goodness, you guys, wait a second. I think this needs to be up to, oh, look at that, the number changed. You guys, we are at $1,076 on Scott's Kickstarter. And that puts him about, let's see, he's pretty close to hitting that $1,200 goal. All right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Art by Galen said, so check this out with a Stream Deck. But thank you, Jim. That's awesome. We're really close to getting Scott fully funded. Art by Galen said, check this out with Stream Deck. You could literally make a single button that would randomly choose a fart sound from a set list and play one. You wouldn't need multiple buttons. Don't tell me these things. I'll just say this. Yeah. Oh, and I agree with Frank too. Back Wildcat too. We want to make sure we're back in Wildcat Anthology. However, it's Scott's launch day, so I'm talking about Scott's. But I agree, Frank. I agree with that. Okay. John Coyote said, "Oh, whew, Adam Lore. I have been so busy, mostly okay, but just super busy." All right. So anyhow, it has been a crazy week. I feel like it's been a really insane week. I don't know if you guys are having these too, but it is definitely one of those weeks where I've still maintained output on the comic, and I think that I'll be in pretty good shape, especially if I can finish, hopefully flatting this page tonight at some point. And we may not. I think I said this page is pretty complicated. But it's been crazy. It's been one of those crazy weeks of like, I am usually on top of my emails. I'm usually on top of everything kind of in my life as much as I can be with like a crazy chaotic schedule. But we had like a little bit of a health scare thing that like didn't end up being a big deal. Luckily, everybody's okay and everything's okay. But it set us back by like a couple days, and I'm not complaining. It's just it's just the reality of what happened. And so what's interesting is just this like weird scenario where like I have found myself like I'm supposed to give a quote for a book that my publisher sent, and I like the book, and I was going to read the book about a week ago and give a quote, and I still haven't read the book. It's like those kind of things where it's like I'm not usually a procrastinator, and yet because of like just stuff that's come up in the last week, I'm having moments where I'm like reading an email I should have responded to, um outside of my work. Like at my work, I'm still on top of my emails and stuff like that, like for my day job where I work as an art director. But it's like in my personal life, on all the work I do outside of work, it's just been like chaos, like treading water kind of week. Um, and what's weird is I've noticed it seems like almost everyone in my friend circles in a similar boat where it's like it's not like we're all dealing with it. I don't think everyone's dealing with like insanely terrible things, although I do think there's been a lot of bad news going around and a lot of tough life events. But it's like the work life struggle of finding that balance that supposedly can happen has just kind of flown out the window this week. And I don't know if you guys have been experiencing that, but if you have, hopefully this stream, and hanging out here can kind of help you guys overcome the hurdle of like getting back to the page and getting back in the flow of things and back on top of things. Because that's kind of what I'm trying to do with this live stream, where one of the things that fell to the wayside was doing these streams where I usually very much am like doing these almost every other day, or like hopefully daily or close to daily. And yeah, I don't know if you guys find this, but it's like when I'm doing content, it you get in this like momentum and this flow, but the second you kind of break that flow, it's really hard. Like I'd actually be curious to know from Adam, because he does a lot of live streaming, or like Frank, where you do a lot of live streaming. um do you guys like find that like that you'll be like on a roll, like posting a lot, like really present, doing live streams, and then suddenly something comes out of nowhere and it's like you miss one and then that makes it easier to miss the next? And I find this with almost everything. But anyhow, I'm excited about doing this live stream because it is kind of getting me back in the zone. And that was a really long time for me to monologue without checking the chats. So let me see what's going on in the chats. Let's see. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of really fun things. Okay, Frank very very rightly is pointing out Scott's right there where Frank's sending you. Go there. Back Scott's book. There's an alternate cover I illustrated. Landon said, "What page are you on now?" I am on page. This will be my 30th page, but it's page 29 because I finished page 30 during all that chaos. Let's see here. We have Adam. Yeah, Adam was saying he's been going through a difficult time mourning the loss of a good friend. I watched your video, Adam. That was a tribute to your friend, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry he's gone. He's like those that show that he did on YouTube is insane. Like it's so good. It's so hilarious. I wasn't really familiar. And I watched your tribute where he played a bunch of his YouTube show, and oh my gosh, it's so good. I wasn't familiar with this stuff, but became a fan very quickly from watching those. And then I wasn't really close to the situation, but I can definitely empathize with the loss you must be feeling, because not only did he seem, I mean, he's a friend, but also like what a sad thing to like lose such a talent. And then Frank said, Josh isn't a procrastinator, he's a go-getter. And then Art by Galen said, as in he goes and gets distracted. Aye, totally. That's so good. And then Frank sent some awesome additional artwork. Yeah, that's true. I will say Frank usually throws in goodies. If you guys do, I'm sure he will mention it in the chats. But you guys, after you've supported Scott's book, because that's the focus today, consider picking up some of his stuff. Oh, look at that! It is Scott. Scott, we got to do the checkup. Hold on a second. Let me first. I'm getting so excited about like your Kickstarter that I'm actually losing focus on my work. But that might be also me slightly dreading getting to that last panel where this thing is just going to be a beast to make. Let's see here. But I do want to check the status, Scott, of your Kickstarter. I'm going to be doing that throughout the night. Try to get people to get you over. I want you fully funded by the end of the night, dude. I think that would be amazing. And that would speak volumes of our community, I think, if we could get you fully funded and then everything after this is like extras. That would be amazing. Let's see here. And I don't think we're that far off. Let's see here. John Coyote said, yeah, I get that. My schedule has been wild because I've been working and getting ready for selling at a big festival in September. I'm supposed to be, see, that's the thing. I keep losing track of things. I'm supposed to look in the Long Beach Comic-Con because the LA Comic-Con fell through. And so I should try to book. I think they still have tables, but every time I say that and I don't do it, the distance of that, going from like a hypothetical, they might be sold out, to a reality, they're sold out of tables, will happen. So I do need to close that deal maybe tomorrow. My first goal outside of flatting this comic is going to be to provide that quote for my publisher for that book, because that's an artist waiting for a quote, Okay, so Scott did say we are really close. That's awesome. Adam, speaking of his friend, said Phil was a really awesome guy. Mike Emirates also did an illustration for one of his Christmas shows one year. Yeah, I mean, I just can't believe how hilarious. Like, he's just an incredibly, I don't know, like I could tell, like he's, knowing, I've had a few friends who've written are comedy writers, and I like just watching his stuff. He's very sharp and on point, and his stuff was just like bit after bit with like no break, just brilliant, like really funny, and also he seemed like a heartfelt individual. So again, like that is kind of a bummer. Landon said, not to mess with your doing, just a thought, but a lot of these pages are very background intensive. Perhaps you should do a number of pages that have the characters fill up more of the panel space. Yeah, but that's a cop-out. I want this to feel historically accurate. I could do a bunch of floating heads or something, but I made that mistake when I was doing comics early on. And I'm not saying that's a method that you shouldn't do, but I feel like, especially on a book like this, it's actually pretty important that I'm going to do. I think it's very important to show backgrounds and try to kind of get the feel of the historical locations as they actually existed. It's more work, but I will tell you, it's also like 30 of the prettiest pages I've ever made. And so I'm pretty happy. I'm happy with it. But I get you. I agree. If it were just more characters and less background, I could knock out these pages very quickly. Like on page 30, a good example, that establishing shot took forever. Everything else wasn't too bad. Even even the bottom right panel wasn't too bad on that page. But yeah, I don't like. I don't know. It's like one of the things that was a big kind of profound thing for me a couple years back was realizing like I don't like taking shortcuts, and when I stopped doing it, I started having more like kind of awesome responses to my work. But yes, I would agree that would speed up the process. And whenever I get to pages like that, I'm going to be excited, especially when the script allows for it. I have to say, like, whenever I'm working on a script and it's a page like that last one where I have to show like an entire cityscape, that's moments where I'm like, I want to just show the characters sitting and just call it a day, or show it from an angle where it's mostly occupied by like a floating head or something. But I also kind of want to make a book that I don't know that I can be proud of, and also that utilizes the wealth of historical location information that we have. But yeah, I can't wait. There's some seance scenes coming up. Because full disclosure, this isn't like a Jane Austen novel. It's way more in line with like a really good classic Sherlock Holmes, except that it's based on real events. And there are scenes, a lot of sequences later in this book that take place in dark rooms with seances. And I'm excited about that because dark rooms and seances means less backgrounds, easier to draw. So I'm all about dark rooms and seances. I feel like after getting through these first initial pages, that's going to be a really big one. Just being able to get to those dark room seances. But I mean, it does shave off a little bit of time in the process. To just not have to do inks, like that's a good time saver. But yeah. Oh, Scott said this page is going to be this book is going to be beautiful. Oh, there's too much funny stuff. Art by Galen said just 125 away from the goal. Let's see. Okay, I need to save. And then I did say we're going to be doing CircWorks checks throughout the night. Where are we at, guys? Where are we at? Okay, we're at 1,076 on Scott's. So I would encourage you guys, especially for those alternate covers, they are not going to... Scott, you're in the chat, so maybe you can let us know, but I'm imagining those are exclusive to the Kickstarter, right? You guys want to hop on that before, they aren't available. And there's awesome alternate covers. Okay, let's turn that off now. Okay. Art by Galen said 30 pages with no backgrounds. That would be amazing. Landon, this book Josh is doing is too important to do cheats like that. I don't think, to be fair, that was Frank. To be fair to Landon, I think he's just talking about like alternating the perspective. which I do. Like, it's not like every page is this complex. The last the last four, unfortunately, just what the story calls for, have been pretty darn complex. But there have been some pages, prior that were quite a bit simpler. It's always tough with red too. But yeah, to be fair to Landon, I don't. Okay, yeah, Scott said this book is going to be beautiful. Art by Galen said, I'm a fan of attention to details. Thanks. Those hands look well done. Thank you. Not to be a dick, but you mentioned setting takes place in Italy. Yet the panels are in English. Any plans for you to do an entire variant with Italian text? We do have Italian text. It's just the characters in it are Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Robert Browning, who's not Italian. They had a chat. They lived in a place called Casa Guidi in Italy. It's a place they stayed in Italy. And so they did that partially because of the air, because Elizabeth Barrett Browning was very sick. And so they'll kind of get into that in the plot, but part of why they had Casa Guidi, which was like their flat in Italy, was because of the fact that Elizabeth quite often would get very sick basically everywhere else they lived in Europe. And they were a pretty wealthy family. So, again, like Robert was, not in like the proper wealth class or whatever that Elizabeth's father, who was kind of a jerk, didn't approve of their marriage, but still Robert was pretty darn wealthy. Like, this is just that Jane Austen-ish era where like the characters are not poor, poor characters. They're like very lower upper class, like not lower middle class. And so they had like different locations, but one of their favorites to live at was Casa Guidi, which has actually since been converted into a museum. But there are scenes, just to be fair with that question, where you were talking about Italian text. There is Italian when she's looking out the window of Casa Guidi and coming up with the inspiration for Casa Guidi Windows, her most famous poem about Italy. There's a lot of Italian being spoken, but yeah, they aren't Italian characters. They're just characters that live in Italy. I don't know if that makes sense. Let's see here. Art by Galen said, it's one of the things that turns me off from a lot of modern mainstream books. They feel and are often rushed. Yeah, that was one of the turnoffs I had with that's a really good point. That was a mistake I actually made early as a cartoonist, and I remember this really big moment for me, and I've heard a lot of cartoonists talk about this. I think Scott's talked about this too, where it's like I think his scenario was a little different, but I remember the first time I came across like professional pages, and it was this really profound show for me. It was like the early 2000s, very early 2000s. And I was starting work on my comic Numb that I ended up getting the Zarek for. And I went to this show called the Masters of American Comics that was at like the Hammer. And it was one of the most profound experiences of my like young artist life. Like it had a huge impact on me because they had original pages by people like ranging from like Winsor McKay to Art Spiegelman to Chris Ware to all the guys, like most of the guys I dig, like my cartoonists, like my favorite cartoonists, were exhibited at this show. And I remember looking at their work and just realizing like how much labor was spent on those pages, like how they weren't just crapped out. Like I even looked at Robert Crumb pages, and Crumb's style looks all loose and kind of quick and almost like sketchy and dirty. And then you see our Crumb originals, and they're like these perfect pages, like these perfectly executed, very labored pages, that are like meticulous and insanely detailed. And I remember realizing at that moment, like looking at the scale, realizing they're drawing these things a lot bigger, but also realizing like, hey, if they aren't taking shortcuts, I shouldn't take shortcuts. They had like some Harriman originals and stuff too. It was a really good show, but that was like a big moment where my art leveled up, was where I was like, I need to stop copping out on not drawing backgrounds and stuff like that. Wow, there's so much. I'm loving the chats, you guys. It's amazing. Adam said I got approved on the Dolly mailing list, so I've been generating some cool stuff. I think I have enough content to put together a full book now. Wow, that's cool. I have a question, Josh. Will the original pitch pages you made be in the graphic novel, or was that just to get the book approved? That's a good question, Frank. Depending. I feel like the pitch pages are kind of a mix, you know? But I think the thing is, like, the realm of comics. Well, anyhow, sorry, I think I saw a different comment in chats and was gonna go answer that. Okay, the pitch pages, Frank, what you were saying. I'm hoping, but it's gonna depend, because some of it has changed a little bit since, and so I would want to make sure that it's consistent. If I can pull that off and it's less pages to draw, obviously I'm going to include those pitch pages, but some stuff might have changed in the process. And I really won't be able to know till I kind of get there. The other thing is the script has been revised a bit since. So it depends if those pages are still those pages. Because like once we got a publishing deal, my sister worked with the editor to kind of hash out the script. They expanded certain scenes and edited certain scenes, and some stuff changed, significantly, like when it comes to like pacing and dialogue and stuff like that. So I guess my answer is I don't know. I guess we'll see. I'm hoping some of it's salvageable, but if not, whatever, it's 5 pages, But the nice thing is, like, once this is done, it's just a nice round 200 number. And again, like, these pages are kind of close to impossible, but I don't know, The weird thing is the style I'm using isn't insanely crazy. Like like for comic pages, these are not taking all that long to execute. It's just in my life, because of the fact that I do these things on top of my day job, that's where it gets kind of complicated, which is not a complaint. It's just like if I had a full day, where all I had to do was comics, I could knock out one of these pages probably from like pencil to finish in a full day. And so in theory, it really isn't like these pages are all that much more complex than a lot of comic pages, even like Marvel pages or whatever. It's just that for me, also, I'm a slower artist than quite a lot of people. But anyhow, it almost sounds like I'm like making excuses, and I'm not trying to make excuses. So I want to be clear about that. It's just more of like, there's just a reality that these pages are going to take a while. And that's a reality I'm kind of comfortable with. Let's see here. Oh, Landon clarified. He said, yeah, you shouldn't take shortcuts just for shortcuts' sake, but sometimes coming in on characters heightens the drama too, and the characters then stand out as a focal point. But you do you. Yeah, I mean, I guess, Landon, you'd want to look at like the whole of the pages I've done, because I think, I mean, you're preaching to the choir, like I am definitely like, I mean, a good example, I can even show you. So there's this page, which definitely has like less backgrounds. And down here, it's literally just talking heads, right, to highlight drama. So, I mean, I hear you. there's just some pages where it really calls for, you know, a more full scene, especially like establishing a new room, which is what I'm doing here. I feel like I need to do that room justice. And also it just looks cooler, like a Wes Anderson kind of page. That's kind of what I view these type of pages. Like this is kind of like my Wes Anderson style page. Does that make sense, you guys? I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make sense. But I'm glad, Landon, that you clarified that because that makes a lot more sense. I would give the same advice. You know. Then again, I don't know if I'd always give that advice because this guy that I knew in Portland who was kind enough to give me a quote for Jacob's apartment. His name's Theo Ellsworth, and if you look at his stuff, it's like insane detail, like everywhere. And it's like a very noodly style. I love his stuff. But I would recommend I think all cartoonists at some point should own Capacity, which I feel is like his best work of what I've seen. And he's done a lot of really good work, but that's just a really good, like, essential Theo Ellsworth book to get a hold of if you can. But Theo just does this like almost neurotic style, and that's not an insult. It's kind of like similar to like Dave Baker, which is another guy I know who will just like noodle the hell out of a page where there's just insane detail in like every section. I think that can be an aesthetic of its own, and I would hate to tell those people they shouldn't noodle because it's like it makes their books so cool. I'm not comparing myself with them. I'm just saying it is one of those things of like sometimes doing the Marvel method is cool, you know, where you're like simplifying. And keep in mind, like even some of the Marvel guys, it's not like what they do is simple. But there's also times where like I almost want to see people like noodle more, you know, like I almost want to see people go more crazy on a page and like over detail it because that can be a really cool aesthetic. I don't know. I guess if you guys are ever bored, you should Google Theo Ellsworth pages. But if you're tempted to like Google something or another artist, I would highly recommend Googling theyoungandthedead.com. My friend Scott Cirkland, if you guys are tuning in for the first time or tuning in after the fact, my buddy Scott Cirkland is doing a Kickstarter. I believe Scott's in the chats, but he is doing a Kickstarter for his comic, Young and the Dead, issue 5. I did an alternate cover for issue 1. There are 5 other artists, including myself, that have each done variant editions of Young and the Dead, and it's a really cool collection, and I would highly encourage you guys to check it out. Anyhow, okay. Oh, Landon said, you only have 200 more pages to draw, right? Yep. And I mean, like, I've done 2 graphic novels. I can do a third. It's possible. It's hard, but it's possible. I think I can. And it's like that stupid little engine that could thing. But when it comes to like this and any graphic novel, like I would rather do it well and not rush it than like do it in a way that I regret it because I've said this before about indie comics. Comics just don't pay enough to not spend time on them. Like if you're gonna make a comic, you better be making the best darned comic you can make. That's my opinion. Otherwise, just do illustration. You know, get paid like 50 times more. But if you're gonna make comics, like try to make something great. You know, that's my take on it. Otherwise, it's kind of like not worth me investing, you know, like the time on it. I want a book I can be proud of. That's kind of the goal. I've done plenty of like commercial art that's rushed, you know. I do need to find the color of this dog. Corey has a new comic and newsletter up. You should all subscribe. I agree. You guys should subscribe to Corey's newsletter. But today is not Corey's day. Today is Scott's Kickstarter day. But you guys should all subscribe to Corey's newsletter. And his comic is brilliant. I'm just going to share that. But look how sharing in kind Scott is. It's the launch day of his Kickstarter, and he's promoting other people. Don't let him get away with that. Corey wouldn't let you get away with that, Scott. YoungandTheDead.com. I almost said YoungandTheDead.dom. Don't go to that site. .com would be the right one. Okay. Sub to Corey. That is good. Frank has that. Landon needs to learn not to interrupt you. It is law. That's Frank. Whoa, there's craziness. This is a very active chat. I'm excited. That dry air is good for the... Oh my goodness. You guys are... It's so much awesomeness. Okay, Adam said, Scott, I recommend your book to a horror author and 70s and 80s pop culture fan friend of mine, right up his alley. All right. Okay, I'm going to get back to interacting with the chats, but I need to get back to coloring these pages. So let me focus on this color thing. And we're at the hour mark. I was starting to realize I'm starting to feel a little... You guys will notice this, like if you've watched my streams or anything like that, you'll notice there's this part of my streams usually where a little bit of wind comes out of my sails, like, and it's usually due to, oh no, I have to pull open a different page. So anyhow, the wind coming out of my sails thing is usually due to the fact that we've hit the hour mark, which means it's time for me to take a very quick break. And then I will try to catch up with all this awesome stuff happening in the chats. If there's a specific thing that you want to highlight as I'm trying to catch up with the chats, I also do take super chats. So I will say that if somebody super chats, that will skip the line in priority. Otherwise, I'm just going to take them as I can get them. But I really appreciate you guys, and I'm excited to have so much activity and excitement. And I think we're all pretty pumped about Scott's comic, which is cool too. I'm very thrilled about that. I think it's pretty cool. I know it's a long time coming. And speaking of like chipping away, one of my favorite things about Scott as a friend of mine is the fact that he is very similar, like where he doesn't like taking too many shortcuts with pages. He really he will just chip away at these books. And then the cool thing about Young and the Dead is every once in a while you have a new issue and it's awesome. And it's like, here he is super far along in the story, and it's like, it almost feels like, wow, where did these 5 issues come from? And then you do the math on like how long he's been carving at these things. But I do feel like he is very much that, like a good example of that kind of ethic and aesthetic. All right, guys. It's getting there, though. This panel is coming along good. Okay, so I'm going to save. And like I said, I'm probably going to play the trailer for let's play Jacob's Apartment. And then when I come back, we'll take a look at the status of Scott's thing, and then we'll get back to coloring.
Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we be good at the
I will say though, I think Frank earlier did make a thing, a link to Corey Kerr's mailing list, and I definitely recommend that as well because his comic is amazing. And I like, here's the thing I love about Corey and Scott and Jim and Frank and Adam and like a lot of the people in our circle, Gary, I could just keep going. I just love the fact that like these are people who are like putting the pedal to the metal, doing their art, and like doing it in the face of doubt, adversity, on top of day jobs. And they're still managing to get these things done. And none of these things are created in a vacuum, right? Like a good example is like, you know, in order to kind of make this crazy schedule work, right? It's like my wife, basically, when I get home, I usually take like a nap because I'm exhausted because I was up till 2 a.m, you know, and then I read to my kid, and then it's like right back to work, 2 a.m, wake up and go to work. That's a lot of stress on my wife as well. And it's like something that's very cool that she has basically helped facilitate, right? If I were like a single dad, that would be really hard. Or if I didn't have that support, of just her like kind of, doing the bath with the kid and like a lot of stuff, taking on more than she already does, which is insane because she freelances too. It's like things like that I'm just saying are like support systems that sometimes go like unseen. And, I mean, that's the reason, like in Jacobs, you'll see in the back, there's like a dedication to a long list of people who've kind of supported me throughout the process. But my point is that yes, it takes a community to do these things, but it also takes grit, and it takes the ability to like sit down when you're exhausted and be like, I'm going to do this thing. Even when you feel like not doing it. And the thing I love about this circle of friends, including Scott, is like, I think like one of the things that unites all of us, is, we are just constantly at it. And then eventually, like the cool thing is, I feel like the longer time goes, like the more we build a body of work. So at first it might seem like, oh, well, this guy's done one comic or something, right? Which is really cool. And doing a comic is cool. But then it's like, now you look at Scott, like Scott's first Kickstarter was for like one issue, and now it's like 5 issues. It's like, that's going to be a really hefty book. And that's all just kind of persistence and showing up. And I feel like that's one of the things that unites, like in general. And if I didn't mention you or, and you're in the chats, like I apologize, but it's like, I feel like that's one of the things that kind of unites our community, is the fact that we're pretty dedicated to doing these things. Okay, let's see. There is so much going on in the chats. I don't know if I can even possibly catch up. But okay. Whew. All right. Okay, we were back here. Let me pick a color for this. Any color. I do feel like one of the things that I think I don't know if this makes sense. Hold on a sec. What's going on with that? Why is there an extra gap in color going on there? Where did that come from? What's that blurry line? I don't do blurry lines. going on there? I don't like that blurry line at all. It's very strange. Oh, I usually have anti-aliasing off. Oh no. Oh no, I was working on a different project and I had anti-aliasing on. You guys, that's like a sinful mistake there. Not cool to have anti-aliasing. That's what's going on with that blur. That was an amateur level mistake on my part. Easily fixed, but I'm glad I caught it before I got too far. Oh my gosh. You guys, when you're flatting, have anti-alias off, okay? I'm just saying. It'll spare you a hell of a lot of grief. Okay, this is a pretty easy fix because luckily I didn't get too far into it. A fairly easy fix. I need to get that color for her lip. Okay. Wow. Amateur hour here, guys. One does not simply. What is going on with that? Okay, there is something weird with that selection, and I think this was recent, so I'm going to undo a little bit. Oh, man. That is not cool. Something weird happened here. Okay. There we go. Okay. I think we're back. We're back. Okay. We're back to it, guys. Can't believe I was aliasing my lines. I like preach about that on here. Sorry. Okay, let's get back to the chats. So it said Scott said, I will place variant orders in increments of 25 based on how many I need. After that, I don't plan on reprinting, maybe a few extra after the campaign. So there you go, you guys. Yeah, the campaign could very well be the only time you can get those alternate covers. John Coyote. Oh, this is regarding the Italy trip. That dry air is good for the lungs. They said to TB patients to go to warm, dry places. Oh, Adam was giving Dee Dee a shout out. Dee Dee is awesome. She's a friend of the show. She hangs here quite a bit. Big supporter of the stream. I think she's kind of in general like one of the most supportive people in our community. I think most of us would speak pretty highly of Dee Dee. Just definitely a person who is very supportive of the arts and is very appreciated. Okay. I just have to make up for that. Okay. We're just fixing my little error there. All of that from not having anti-aliasing clicked off. I see the terror of what happens there. Okay, there's one more fix I want to do. But seriously, you guys, have anti-aliasing off when you're doing flats. I think that might have been the first time I've made that error since starting this comic. That's definitely one of those older errors too, where like when people are young and starting to work on comics, they'll be like, why does my art look like it has like fuzzy weird edges? And it's like that's why. You gotta make sure anti-aliasing is off. You want to alias and step ladder those selections I know, very exciting stuff. Okay, let me try to catch up more on the chats. Art by Galen said, this topic reminds me of a quote I love, and it's very motivating for me. The extra mile is never crowded. That's really good. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the weird thing is, like, 2 years ago, I didn't have any books out, like graphic novels. I had like a short comic out and then a bunch of little short stories and anthologies and stuff, and I was carving away at books. And you, like, when you're working on these things, you'd be surprised. Like, I'm not, complaining or anything, but you'd be surprised. Like, people will come out of the woodwork and kind of doubt or like criticize your use of time and like whether, I remember when I was searching for publishers, I had a bunch of people who were telling me I wouldn't get publishers and that I ought to just give up. And again, like one of the reasons it's great to have a solid group of art friends too, and like supportive family and community is like, I didn't hear that from like Scott and Corey, because Scott and Corey know the game. Like they like, that's one of the things I think that's great about our community is like, I think that if you're in our community and you stumble upon anyone in our community that's got that kind of attitude of like, well, you should just give up. Like, like I think that's like, that just like, I would be surprised if there are people in our community doing that or having that kind of attitude. Because again, like the weird thing is you carve away at these things and it's like, it's kind of like that hero's journey thing. And I know we're all like in our heads, like on a hero's journey or whatever, but as artists, it doesn't hurt to like make your journey to make art like into a Lord of the Rings type experience, like, cause it is, you're like heading into Mordor and you're going to like face all those little difficulties. And it's not like as difficult as like going to war against, Sauron or something, but it is very difficult to write. And anyone who's claiming it's easy or, and this is a thing I also would say is like, judge people, like, I don't want to be mean, but it's like, judge people a little bit by their work. Like, in the sense of like, if somebody's telling you a ton of advice, and they've never done a comic, like, I don't know, maybe they should, maybe the people who've done comics should, do advice, or people are, I don't know. My point is, it doesn't hurt to kind of like have support along the journey and look for like, communities of people who are in the battle who are making this stuff. Because like I said, it's weird, but it's like years into it, the work starts accruing and it becomes more and more impressive, I can just say that for like, I still remember Corey working on like some of his first animations, and it's like now it's like, I mean, the guy has like a whole giant portfolio of incredible animations, and I again, like there's support systems around and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, like a lot of that just rests on Corey sitting down and being like, I'm gonna learn animation, and like literally teaching himself animation and not just accepting like the mediocre, but like going to levels of animation that are like pretty incredible, Anyhow, rambling. Let's see here. This is I guess there's talk of potential. Okay, so there's talk of potential Netflix deals. So Cirqueworks Art Labs, Scott said, that would be awesome, Adam. I have a friend who directs animation for Netflix. Who knows? Anything's possible. It's true. I'm waiting for Young and the Dead to be a TV series. And I think Frank was asking for a Goggle zombie, and I think Scott agreed. That's on stream. Frank, if you need that for posterity, you can now hold Scott accountable to that. Take a screenshot of this section and hold Scott accountable to that for the next Young and the Dead. There needs to be a Goggle zombie. Yeah, and then Frank said it is Dee Dee Willingham. I'll have to watch that stream. I love this. Frank said, Josh, what have I told you about making excuses and comics? Agreed. Frank's make comics, not excuses. I actually really like that. Okay. I think this is coming along pretty good, though. John Coyote said, okay, she's going to keep an eye out. Landon said, Frank blocked me. Frank. No. Oh, no. You got to be nice to Frank. He's our mod, man. But yeah, Frank, I don't think Landon's meaning any negativity there. Scott said, still here. Landon said, I'll just type this again so you can see. Nothing I was saying was meant as critique. I just don't want Josh to get burned out, but I totally get he has a vision he needs to see through. Oh, nice. And then Frank said, you flipped me off. What else did you expect? You see, you got to treat your mods well. I think you might be joking or half joking a lot of the time, Frank, but it's hard to tell sometimes. Sometimes it seems you misunderstand me for quite. Oh my gosh, Landon and Frank are having drama in the chats. Man, this is exciting, you guys. I by the way, I'm very behind on, like, I'm trying to pay attention to everything sent in chat. So if you have anything in particular you need read this instant in chats, even if it were, say, just getting me to say something really goofy that wasn't disparaging to other people, you can super chat and I will prioritize whatever is sent and read it, as long as it is not disparaging to other groups of people. And of course, it needs to be following TOS of YouTube. That would be good. But anything beyond that, I'll pretty much read. I'm also like, it's so funny when, like, to me, this is the fun thing about having friends in comics too, is like, whenever I have a friend who has like a Kickstarter up, it's like, I need to work, but I also want to see, I want to see my friends succeed. I enjoy seeing people I know succeed. It's a lovely thing. And so while I'm doing this, I'm like, how is Scott's Kickstarter? Is it fully funded yet? It's got to be fully funded. I feel like it's going to be fully funded like real soon. I mean, aside from the fact that like Young and Dead's great, Scott's great, but also like, I mean, those variant covers, man, like it's funny because it's like I felt really good about the variant cover I made. And then I saw everybody else's variant cover and I realized like mine is probably the weakest link. Like, and that's not a bad thing. I don't feel bad about what I did. I'm just saying they're that good. Like, I'm really excited about them. I think even if I weren't among the variant covers, I'd want to own them because they're just so cool. It's fun to see people in our community. I mean, like Russ, for instance, would be a good example, or Gary. It's like fun to see their take on, or Corey, right? It's fun to see these guys' takes on Scott's characters. It's really cool. That's got to be a kick for Scott too, to kind of see. But I gotta say, like, Young and the Dead too. Again, like I took advantage of that on a different Kickstarter, and it's a really good time to like be able to catch up on the entire series, because you can just do like one of the bulk ones where you get like 1 through 5, and then you don't have to like fish and get back issues and stuff like that. It's actually a really good deal. It's a good way to like, if you've held off on the story, uh, get going on it. Okay. The weird thing about this is I'm also looking at off screen a picture of this room. So like the colors are taking a little longer because they need to be accurate to the room. I want them to be accurate to the, you know what? I shouldn't say they need to be. I should say I want them to be. Oh my gosh. Frank and Landon are still at it. Work it out, you guys. Have peace. Have peace, love, and understanding. Look, I'm growing my hair out recently, so like the punk rock side of me is turning more hippie-ish. I'm like, you guys, can't we all just get along and love each other? Oh, John Coyote said, the one thing about embroidering and chattering is the moment I put the needle down, it's lost. Yeah, I'm kind of having that. That's one of the hard challenges of live streaming and working. It's like you want to kind of make sure you're paying attention to the chat. I also want to make sure that I'm making progress on my colors. And it's kind of this weird thing of like, I usually get further when I'm doing a live stream on art than if I'm not, because something about the talking and chat and stuff like that kind of sends me back to like art school era where you'd like hang out and chat with people and then you blink and the next thing you know, you have a bunch of work done. And I'm definitely one of those people who like, I really enjoyed that like bullpen kind of environment. But I also want to make sure I pay attention to the chats, you guys. I will try my darndest. But yeah, that's got to be incredibly tough with like, if you're doing needlepoint. I mean, John Coyote, if you're doing needlepoint and then you're, oh my gosh, like I'd also imagine like trying to chat and do needlepoint. I mean, you're also holding a needle, so be careful. Don't poke yourself or anything, okay? Safety for needlepoint, people. That might be interesting, John. Have you ever thought about doing live streams while you do needlepoint? I just would imagine there's got to be like a community of people who do needlepoint that would like love that, like kind of like an art hangout doing needlepoint. I think it would be interesting. I'm just saying it might be something worth considering. This is very strange trying to figure this out. Okay. I think I have it figured out. Think. What is going on here? Okay. That's just going to have to do it. Okay. I think we're getting there. This room shall be done very shortly. So I think that hold on a second. Okay, I want to see if the drama, Frank and Landon drama, is recurring or if they've made peace. I gotta say, like, I'm not a huge drama person, but I have to admit, like, drama does add some pretty big intrigue to a stream. So hopefully they've resolved their differences. But I kind of want to play it up a little bit for the stream too, to say Frank and Landon resolved their differences. Stay tuned, find out. Obviously, if you guys are watching currently, you're ahead of me if you're in the chats and seeing what's going on. So you're ahead of where I am. So you're watching me in the past predict what I'm about to read. All right, let's see here. We have oh my goodness. Okay, more fighting words between Landon and Frank. Let's see here. Art by Galen. Josh, I don't know if you have any interest, but I'd be happy to send you issues 1 to 3 of my book if you want to drop me somewhere to send them in a DM sometime. I'm sending Scott some this week. Yes, dude. Galen, I feel like, are we following each other on Instagram? I think we're following each other on Instagram, but I think we might be on Facebook too. If not, add me on Facebook if not, but I think I have you on Instagram, so I'll try to remember. But yes, I would be happy. Corey, speaking of the devil, we were just talking about Corey's mailing list and his comic and his awesome comic. So this is a weird, like, mint green, like, it's hard to explain unless you guys see it, but like Kasagaidi had a very specific look. So what's funny is in the background, I think that my wife and her sister are watching like murder stuff. I don't know. They'll watch these kind of like true crime things, and it's interesting. I'm overhearing a little bit of speculation about a true crime thing they're watching, which is funny because like I can't handle a lot of true crime stuff. Okay, let's get back to it. So Corey, we were just mentioning everybody should sign up for your mailing list after they go support Scott Circlin's Kickstarter. Let's see where we're at on that. I'm gonna check in on Scott Circlin's Kickstarter and see where we're at, you guys. Are you ready? All right, we are at 1,081 of $1,200 goal. It's pretty exciting. Corey Kerr, who just joined in the chats, or basically did an alternate cover. Let's go to that. There's a bunch of cool alternate covers, but there is one specifically done by Corey Kerr. That's Gary's. Gary's is amazing. Look at Corey's. It's got like an homage and shout out to like old school Marvel comics. And look at this. Is there any escape from the flesh-eating zombies? The tale of terror continues. This is such a good cover. And then we got this. That's my alternate. But boom, there's Corey's, who just entered. So if you guys want to get that, you know, help out Scott. Scott said, if I get your books by Friday, I'll show them on the channel. I have a bunch of indie books I plan to show in my next video. I'll add them to the mix. Yes. Okay. I need to deselect these backgrounds. You guys, this has been the most interesting live stream ever. There's been friends, making stuff, making art. There's been drama in the chats between Frank and Landon, like just a straight battle, an epic battle of epic proportions. And I'm hoping they make peace. I think there's been a really lively chat, like a lot of fun stuff happening in the chats, like so much awesomeness in the chats. I've been having trouble even keeping up with the chats. I also realize, let's see here. We have so many things. We have Corey Kerr joining, and you guys should all be subscribed to Corey's mailing list. I literally just got an email from Corey Kerr, which means it's probably going to have some comics. I mean, that just showed up in my inbox. I'm pretty excited about that. We have some people doing needlepoint, like in the chats. Needlepoint. And chatting, which I don't know if there's like a danger to that. Because I do think, I think about just needles and chatting. It just doesn't sound like a good combo. But it also sounds awesome. And I think there is an art to that. I feel like flat coloring is a little bit like needlepoint, with way less skill to it. I think needlepoint might take more skill than flat coloring. We have Scott Cirkland almost successfully fully funding his Kickstarter. We have excitement abounding. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to Adam Lore's channel too. I would recommend you guys subscribe to it. It's awesome. Adam's doing some cool stuff. He's making progress. Adam, how far are you on issue 2? Of Toad Road? How is that coming? Frank, how goes the comics? What are you working on? I want to know. How about just around the horn, everybody share what they're working on. If you're drawing and sharing what you're working on or typing that in the chats is distracting, then ignore that. Ignore that request, because the whole point of these streams is for us to have company while we work on art. Now, I don't know if I'm crazy. I don't know why. I know there was a band called Bad Company. I don't, for the life of me, remember if they were a good band. I feel like they weren't, but maybe I'm wrong because I don't remember what songs they did. But I was going to do a riff or a joke about Bad Company, saying good company, and then something about listening to Bad Company, but I couldn't for the life of me remember what Bad Company did. We've had a really exciting stream tonight, you guys. I'm also very excited about how long this is taking to do. I mean, it shouldn't be that long. We'll see. These might be those moments where I'm like, maybe Landon's got a point about the because Landon was talking about simplifying. I have to say that's a battle every time I sit down to do a page. I am always tempted. Like this will happen when I'm coloring the bookshelf here too, where it's like I'm gonna be tempted when it comes to flat coloring that entire bookshelf. Be extremely tempted to like not, get in there and color every single book. Like that is a temptation to not do. But I'm hoping I'll have the strength and willpower to bear it through. I'm hoping I'll be able to see that entire part through entirely. And wholly as well as entirely. Completely. I'm just going to come up when I keep saying synonyms for the word entirely. Hopefully you guys are still with me. I'm at this point, I'm a little concerned from my little synonym rant there that I'm going to look and it's like we had this really active full chat and suddenly it's just boom, nobody. I'm like, guys, I'm here all night. You hear these just crickets going krr, krr. Have you guys ever had that moment live streaming where you're like being goofy and you're like, oh man, I just lost the entire stream? Have you? I don't know. I'd be curious for those of you who live stream. I have noticed like the one thing I love about live streaming is like I get pretty goofy, especially when I'm like exhausted. Like kind of late at night, I'll come up with like just kind of stupid, goofy jokes. And what I love is like I love that we have a community that'll kind of like yes end the silliness. It makes it a lot of fun to do these streams. And it makes me feel pretty comfortable to be like myself when I'm live streaming too. But it is funny. There, like, I still like that idea of like me saying the synonym thing, and it's like when I look, there's like a certain number, and then I look again, and it's like 0, and I'm like, thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, Corey was saying it was fun to play with the world that Scott built. I agree. It was really fun to have an excuse to draw his stuff. And then Corey said, congrats on the Kickstarter to Scott. Yeah. Art by Galen. Oh, was saying, I doubt they'll be there by Friday, but I'll see if the second day option isn't too expensive. But that would be awesome. And then Scott said, very excite. Very excite. I love that. I'm very excited too about the whole thing. Yes, Frank is sharing links. He is slanging his own links. If you guys want to support our mod, you should go to Salazar Nation Comics. Check that out. Etsy. Frank coming through with the links. Dee Dee link. I love that. She does a lot of streams where she's doing coloring. Adam links. Boom. We're humans. Support means a great deal, and all is important. John was talking about that. Okay, I think that's in regard to it. We are now 90% funded, you guys. 90%. My newsletter this week is about becoming comfortable with the frustrating parts of creating. Dude, I'm going to leave that up because that's a really good topic to kind of riff on. Sorry, I'm like not able to be like completely on top of chats. I'm really trying to keep up. You guys are just having too much fun, but that's not a problem. It's kind of cool. That's why this is a community. Oh, that's interesting. I just realized that about this. At first I was thinking like the fireplace has got to be like, you know, a different color, and then it's like, nope, actually the fireplace is the same cream. Insert inappropriate joke about creaming fireplaces. But anyhow, so I think that that's the correct color. All right. Cash rules everything around me, you guys. Okay. That's going to be like, I feel like, Scott, if you fully fund, I want to see like a YouTube video where it's like Scott Circlin sitting back on a couch just being rained in money, and you're listening to Cream by Wu-Tang. Can you make that happen, Scott? That's what I want to see. I want to see Scott Circlin with the lab coat, just like laying back, listening to Cream by Wu-Tang, just getting flooded with dollar bills. You guys, let's make this happen. That has to happen. That would be amazing. Okay. Let's see. So Corey said about becoming comfortable with the frustrating parts of creating. That is so important because I think there's like this myth sometimes that like this whole thing's supposed to be easy. Or that you practice and you practice and you practice, and then suddenly it's just going to become this easy thing. But I mean, like, if you think about like the masters of art, like, you're talking about guys who would spend like a year on a painting, on one painting, you know? Um, and we like scoff at a cartoonist spending 20 hours on a page. I just, the disconnect there, if we really truly think comics are art, is really weird to me. I think it's okay to get comfortable with like, this thing is work. And I think that like, it's not that it always has to be hard and laborious. Like some of my favorite cartoonists make it look really effortless. And some of them are super fast. I mean, like a good example, and now I'm blanking out. Scott, you can help me out with this if you're still in the chats. Our buddy who works for Netflix, who we've had on, he did a live. Oh my gosh, why am I blanking out? He's amazing. We have him on almost every Halloween. He did a page in like an hour on one of our streams. That's probably a better page than any of us would draw. In like an hour, like start to finish, like pencils to like final. I'm not saying that's not possible. I'm just saying like it's okay to get comfortable with it being work. And even for him, it's like, it's still like really hard, and he's doing it on top of his job, and Sideshow Monkey, I know, is his website. I'm just out for some stupid reason. My brain is like shorting on like the name, but I'm sure Scott has probably mentioned it in the chats. Okay. But yeah, I like the idea of getting more comfortable with the frustrating parts of creating and just realizing like that is part of the process. And honestly, if you're not hitting those parts, maybe you need to evolve. And I will say, like, it's like, I don't want to sound like I'm like 100% confident with everything I'm doing on these pages. I'm not. Like, it's a whole thing. but I want to at least be able to look back and know I gave it my best effort, you know, and made art that was, you know, worthwhile. Okay. Young and the Dead as a Netflix show is a no-brainer. And I actually like so he corrected it to no-brainer, but I actually like it as a no-brained too, because think about it. I mean, technically, if you're doing a zombie show, it also could be a no-brainer because they like to eat brains. So that kind of works. But I agree. I just think I agree. I think that would be an excellent show. Okay. Oh my gosh, you guys, peace, love, and understanding. I'm like 30 minutes behind you guys on chat. Peace, love, and understanding is happening here. I won't disparage Frank. I just ask that he does the same to me. All right, Frank, Landon, get along, dudes. Get along. Art by Galen said, sarcasm doesn't come through in text very easily, but take all of it with a grain of salt. Oh my gosh, you guys. All right, I'm going to grow the suspense. Frank said, I rule with an iron wrench, but I'm a benevolent ruler. Be nice, Frank. Corey said, not true, Josh. Mine is the weakest by far. We're going to have a weakness argument, my dude. I think he was talking about alternate covers. Again, like I'm like on a 20-minute delay. If there is something in particular you guys want as a topic, feel free to super chat it. Otherwise, I will try to get to every comment that I can as I am able, but I also need to draw. So I'm going to be doing that as well. I am loving all of this fun craziness in the chats. But it does sound like Landon and Frank patch up their drama? Shall the drama be patched? Will Scott Circland fund YoungandTheDead.com Kickstarter tonight? Will this happen? I think it should. I will tell you guys, like, you know, I don't know what you guys ordered, but I will tell you, I ended up doing the tier. I think it was tier 4. Scott, you can correct me and let me know which tier this is. But I believe I ordered the tier that's all of the alternate covers. And then I added, and that I have to admit, that's a really cool thing that you have on there, Frank, that I just said Frank instead of Scott. It's a very cool thing, Scott, that you have on YoungandTheDead.com where you can add to your order. So like if you do like a specific tier to get like issues 1 through 5 or something like that, he has it set up to where you can kind of like for instance, I wanted the alternate covers. I already have issues 1 through 4. And so like it doesn't make sense for me to order issues 1 through 4 again, but I want issues 1 through 5 as alternate covers. But I also, because of the nerd that I am, wanted to make sure that I have, you know, Scott's issue 5 cover too. So what I did was I ordered the deal where it's like he's got like a tier on there where you can get all the alternate covers, and then I just added like a little add-on to get Scott's specific cover for issue 5 too. So because I'm a completist, so I now I'll have 1 through 5. Anyhow, man, I am telethoning. I'm doing a telethon here for Scott Circland. But I feel like, you know, here's another interesting thing. I feel like we need to be doing telethons for our friends in art, not just for ourselves. You know, I think that's something we do in our community, and I think it's an important thing, right? Because I mean, we've all had those moments where you're like running a Kickstarter or something, and it's like really hard to get support. Like it's a lot of work to get these things off the ground. And the more we support each other as a community, you know, I know it's cliche, but it's like, hey guys, rising tide raises all ships. A rising tide raises all ships. Okay. And now we have, you guys, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost done with one panel. This is taking so long. Comics take so long. Do you guys have moments like that when you're working on comics? I think this is that tying into that thing Corey was talking about, embracing discomfort. Comics just take a long time. They just, at least for me, and I'm a slow artist. So I have become comfortable with the fact that I will often think, like, oh, I'll just knock this out by like 2 a.m. Flash forward to 2 a.m. and I'm like still working. This happens a lot. I'm okay with that. That's like part of comics, you know. Okay, I do want this to have a little bit of cyan, and then I want to contact the chats again. I want to reach out to the spirits in the chats. Okay, let's see here. Frank said, I think Gary's was the weakest in regard to the cover, which is hilarious because that's one of the strongest ones, man. Just design wise. John said, have an awesome rest of your night. Art by Galen. Oh, Art by Galen's taken off. Have a good night, Art by Galen. It's awesome. Happy creating to you too, buddy. And definitely, I will definitely have to reach out to you. I think we're following each other on Instagram, so I'll try to reach out through there because I definitely would love to get some issues. Landon said, I might be getting too serious because of some other crap recently I've been dealing with. I think equal respect would be nice. Okay, guys. Okay, Frank said, you're forgiven. Okay, cool. Yeah, guys, we're all good, right? John Coyote said, I have a sick mullet. I think this might be in regards to when I was saying my hair is longer than it used to be. They said, I have a sick mullet, and he said, more people should rock them. I agree. I don't know about mullets, but it's funny because I don't know. I might almost be there because I just stopped cutting my hair. So I'm not personally a fan of mullets, but then again, I'm not really like, I don't know. I kind of think, I think a lot of people can pull a lot of things off. So, and to be honest, right now, I could technically possibly have the same thing. I have a story about mullets I have to tell you guys. Remind me. We're at the 2-hour mark. So when I get back, I want people to say mullet in the chat so that by the time I get to it and tell my awesome mullet story, I have a really classic mullet story that and this is a story involving a tiara mullet. I don't know if you've ever heard of a tiara mullet, but this story will literally blow your minds. Okay, guys, we're at the 2-hour mark. I'm going to put on the trailer for, you know what? I'm going to put on Jacob's Apartment again. All right. And then I will be right back. And then we'll check to see how CircWorks is coming along. But we're getting there, you guys. John mentioned more about the knitting stuff, which is kind of awesome. Saying I know there is on Twitch. This is regarding like a knitting streaming community, a crochet knitting community. And no worries. Okay, this is good because I was worried about John like assaulting themselves by accident while like typing and with a stabby needle. So John said, my fingertips are pretty tough from all the other work I do. Heck, I was cleaning bones yesterday. That's right, John. I forgot you're like rugged. Funnily enough, for making bone needle. That's awesome. Bone is great for like a material. There's a thing called a bone folder, I believe. This is a long time ago, but back when I was in art school, we had a sequential imagery class with this brilliant teacher who I think still teaches at Cal State Long Beach. She might be close to retirement though. But Robin Richardson is brilliant. She was like the storyboard artist for like Aeon Flux, and she worked on like Forrest Gump, and like she's a really cool, just inspiring lady. And she taught me sequential art, and specifically like I also had storyboarding with her, and she was on my graduate committee. But anyhow, in our sequential art class, we had a project that's actually the class that I made Numb in, my first comic. But the project was to make a book, and then you had to like make a physical copy of the book. So you actually had to like a lot of people would like hand stitch and bind and do signatures for like hardcover books. And not only that, they'd actually wrap cloth bind like hardcover books and stuff like that. And it's a really good, like if you guys are in California and you go to Cal State Long Beach, or you're able to out of school, like go to like a class where you book bind. It's such a good practice, because I still to this day take a lot of those lessons I learned just from manually having to stitch together a book. Because like what's weird is once you do it, you realize that's what they're doing at these factories. Like that's what they're doing when they're making books. Like if they have a machine doing it, it's still doing the thing that you can still do by hand. And this ties into like a whole theory I have. I even made a t-shirt design a long time ago based on this, a comic called Everything is Handmade, about this kind of what I found to be like a really profound realization, which was like, a lot of people will like walk through a city on concrete and just forget the fact that like the concrete wasn't like some machine just like chugging this thing out. It's like a lot of it is handmade. A lot of it is hand mixed. If it's a machine doing it, it's still human beings like using a machine to like mix like, dirt and like all this stuff to eventually make concrete. Like almost everything is handmade. And it's like once you realize almost everything is handmade, it makes you a much better production artist, because you just start realizing like it's not like there's some like magic computer that's just like doing all the printing most of the time when it comes to this or the binding. And even if there is, it's simulating a real process. It's kind of like if you're doing t-shirt design a lot, I really recommend get your hands dirty and screen print just once or twice. Like do actual physical screen printing. Because the second you screen print, you'll be like, oh my gosh, like it'll unlock this like knowledge of like screen printing in this really cool way. And I really don't want to lose touch with chat, so I'm gonna finish one of these portraits back here. All this work for one panel, you guys. But it's worth it. At least that's what I think. I think it's worth it. It's looking really cool. That's a cool looking panel. All right. Let's get back to this. Okay. Oh, Philip Chandler. Philip, hell yeah, good seeing you, buddy. Philip, John, we were just talking about like needlepoint and bone folding and all that fun stuff. And you're in Canada. Philip's in Canada. Philip, it's good. I got my Canadian peeps in the house. Good seeing you guys. I hope the weather's okay in Canada for you guys. Frank said there's been a lot of drama lately, not with Landon, but in general. And I'm with Scott on this. Can't we all just get along? Let's see here. Frank said, Corey, you devil. What did Corey do? What? Oh, with that's in regards to Corey doing the like doubling down on no, mine's the worst. I love it. John was commenting on the true crime. Oh my goodness, you guys, I'm like almost an hour behind on the chats. Landon said, to sum up what I think about you saying you were serious, I think if you were okay. I think everybody, oh my gosh. There we go. $40 gets you all variant covers. Oh my gosh, Landon and Frank are still battling. Now keep in mind, I'm like 30 minutes back in time. So I'm gonna catch up. I'm gonna just catch up. I embroidered some brown-eyed Susans earlier and working on a moth right now. That's awesome. Oh, link to Adam. Okay, I think Landon and Frank agreed to drop it. Okay, you guys, the drama, I think, in the chats is finally subsided. Philip said, I actually have to start thinking about getting ready for Halloween. I'm trying to find a good POD company that makes good stickers. Oh, dude, Halloween stickers would be awesome. I don't know if you guys are familiar with like Rody Mattio's work. He's a friend of Jim Lujan that I actually knew of his work before meeting Jim, because I think Rody funded his first comic, which is like shockingly his first comic. Like if you look at this comic, it does not look like a first comic. And if you guys are able to get a hold of this comic, you should. But it was called Pablo's Inferno, and it was one of the coolest comics I've ever read. And it's all about this little kid who basically dies and then has to like go through the underworld, but it starts getting into a lot of Aztec lore. And it was one of the first comics I ever saw doing that. I think it might even predate El Muerto, which is Javier Hernandez's comic that gets into similar turf. But it is such a good comic. And I absolutely loved it. It was an indie comic I picked up at a comic shop. And then I was at one of those meetups with Jim, where we're like doing like the art meetups. And he said something like, oh, my friend Rhodey's going to come by. And when he mentioned Rhodey, I was like, wait a minute, Rhodey. But you guys might actually be familiar with Rody Mattio's work too, because he used to work in animation on Happy Tree Friends, which was like early internet sensation kind of thing. And I think he was one of the core people behind Happy Tree Friends. But the only reason I'm bringing up Rody is he also happens to be one of the absolute best at making like vintage, rad, Halloween themed illustrations. And I would say if you're planning on doing illustrations or selling things around Halloween time, I would look at what Rhodey's doing, because he just has cornered that market like in the most positive way. And it could be really inspiring, aside from the fact that he makes just really rad Halloween themed stuff. And I still want to try. We got to get Jim to help. But I think Jim could get him on the show. And I would love to have Rhodey on, because he is super inspiring and incredible artist, super humble guy. Like, hung out with him a few times through gym meetups and stuff, and he's just a remarkably humble and incredible dude. You guys, it is 12 midnight. It's after midnight. Gonna something monkey down. I'm a debut. And I'm gonna do. Okay, that was my rendition of Thriller. I know, that was exciting. Okay, oh my gosh. Scott at 140 chimed in about Bad Company. It's a great band. The song by I Feel Like Making Love. I feel like making dun, dun. Thank you, Scott. I knew it. Philip, if you find someone you like for the sticker POD, let me know. That's from Corey. Evan Frazetta understood where to put detail and where to leave it out. It's also something I'm trying to get better at myself. Interesting. Steam froze for a minute. Might have just been on my end. Did I freeze, you guys? I'm just kind of curious. I'd hate to have been frozen. This was Scott saying, when you read very excite. I can't do a good Borat unless I say my wife. Corey said, I like Printful for shirts. We're almost caught up, you guys. Philip said, I was wondering if there's a different chat open or if Josh is just reading chats from earlier. We have a crazy busy chat. And so I've been trying to address everybody in chat. I'm literally like a half an hour to 40 minutes behind. So you guys are almost, it's like Back to the Future, and you guys have traveled to the future. If you guys have a specific chat you're wanting or a question you want me to address right now, please feel free to super chat. Otherwise, I'm just going to take them as I come till I catch up. Robert said, "Are you flatting before rendering?" In this case, yeah. I mean, I'm working on my flats for sure. Okay, so I have this chair. I'm going to get this chair, and then I'm going to catch up with the chats. I really do want to pay attention to the amazing stream chat, and I really wanted to say thank you guys for hanging out with me on this exciting night where Scott Cirkland is running his Kickstarter, and I do want to check in on that Kickstarter in a few too. I think what I'll do as a goal here is I'm going to check in on that Kickstarter once I have finished the flats for this particular page. That is what we are going to do here. That is what's on the agenda. Okay, let me catch up. Oh my gosh, this has to be highlighted. Just saw you online before I crashed. I got to get up at 5:30 a.m. Oh man. And then also, this is Scott. So I guess Scott was chiming in on the Wu-Tang thing where I was saying, I want Scott to fund this Kickstarter. He did say cash rules everything around me. So it sounds like that might be something he'll actually do. And then he said Wu-Tang is for the children. That's a throwback. I think that quote might have been by Big Baby Jesus. Corey was just David Hartman. Thank goodness. That's who I was blanking out on quite a bit ago. And now we're almost caught up, you guys. Oh my gosh, Robert said I am excited too. I'm just going to scan it if I miss anything good. I think if somebody can do an entire page in an hour, they either have a very simplified style or a shorthand for things or cutting corners. I understand some people are very fast. You need to watch that stream with David Hartman. I mean, it's all of the above, but it's like he is. I don't know, Scott, if you had that experience when we were doing that that specific stream of Artcasters where David just knocked out a page. I'm telling you, I don't think he sacrifices a lot of quality. He is just incredibly fast. Like one of the fastest I've seen. Now, keep in mind, I am not one of the fastest artists on the planet. I'm pretty fast if I'm doing just like Illustrator type work, but I am definitely not fast. My wife is fast at art. She's actually really quick, especially at drawing. She just has like a real, I don't know, it's like an animator's speed. Okay, I was about to catch up with the chats, you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys. It's going to happen. I'm going to go back to the future. I do like that color, though. We're getting there, guys. This page shall be done. Oh, I didn't like that choice. Now I see the error of my ways there. The error of my ways. Okay. I want that. Oh, you know what? Maybe that wasn't an error of my ways. Ah, I see. I see what I did there. I feel like making pugs. Pugs? Okay. Dun-dun-dun, pugs. Okay. I do like the idea of that being a song about pugs. What do you guys think? I have often thought of just changing my career from cartooning to making songs about drugs or love about pugs. What do you guys think? I'm curious about the feedback, and now let's aim to catch up on these chats. Okay, zooming through. Robert said, I just need the latest issue. I'll back it on Friday. Robert, back it on Friday, and also take a look at all those alternate covers, man. Pretty cool. John Coyote said, I have to hit the hay. Have an awesome night. Good to see you, John. Night, everyone. Thanks for the support. With any luck, I'll wake up tomorrow. Ah, we got Scott. As a mod, I have a Dusty to stay on longer. A duty. I don't think you meant a Dusty. Although I have to say a Dusty Mod that's a pretty good cowboy name. Like my name is Dusty Mods. Yes. Okay. We're almost there, you guys. Dusty modding. Oh my gosh, you guys, we're caught up. And then, okay, Frank has seen Happy Tree Friends. We got Rody. Does he have a YouTube channel? No, it's Rode Mateo. So it's RHODE. And then I think it's Montijo. If you look up Pablo's Inferno, he also did a like a comic about a little girl who blows a piece of bubble gum that like floats her everywhere for like Scholastic. He's an incredible, like heavy hitting illustrator. He does Comic-Con every year, and he makes his whole Comic-Con booth out of cardboard, which is really cool. Philip said, I made art last year, but finished it too late. So I need to start planning to promote it now. And then Frank said, it's your kids, Josh. Something's got to be done about your kids. Okay, you guys. I have caught up with the real time of the chat. I have to admit that this has been one of the more active streams where I usually am able to like stay on top of everyone's comments. And man, I think you guys were just having too much fun. And now the fun police have come and told everyone they need to go to bed. I feel like oh, and then Philip was saying the roadie comment was in reference to the Halloween stickers. Yeah, he's got he's on Instagram too. I'll have to find his Instagram handle. Like if I take another break, I'll try to find because I'm following him on Instagram. I think he's just under Roadie Matteo. But holy moly, it's just super inspiring, just super fun stuff. Super fun. Super fun, super fun. I want to see. I'm thinking that it would be awesome if Scott wakes up to being fully funded. But Robert, if you're still kind of on, I don't know. I'm guessing Robert kind of took off because I think he had to wake up early. But if you're still listening, if you're getting a book on Friday, you should take a look at the variant covers. Not saying you have to get those, but I'm just saying like they're pretty cool. I feel like to me, Russ, Corey, and Gary were enough to where I was like, oh, now I have to get those. The downside of having creative friends, and you guys will know this, it's like you guys got to stop making so much cool work. You're going to make me broke. I'm kind of half joking. But honestly, here's what I think. It's like, do I want to get a Starbucks coffee, which I barely ever do. But my point is like that's my Starbucks. That's my little expense. That's the one kind of thing. I also feel like it's an investment, like spending I don't know. I try to support my friends is all I'm saying. It's also a really great way to get other comics. Nowadays, most new comics I get are just friends comics. You know? I like that for this. Not a fan of that's pretty good. That. I'm kind of digging where this is coming out though. But I kind of feel like this should be more on that sort of orangey route. In fact, I actually think the orangey route is the way to go. The orangey route is also a really great name for my favorite indie band. So how is everybody doing tonight? Now that I'm caught up on one of the most active chats I've seen in a long time on stream. How is everyone? I might have skipped past some of the drama too. Did Frank, did you and Landon work your stuff out? It's always hard with like the internet's tough. I think there's a lot of times where I think quite often there's like conflicts sometimes that have little to do with actual conflict. Like sometimes they're just driven by like if I were to say something as a joke or like sarcastic or something, someone might take it serious, and it's hard to read that in text. It's like a weird thing that happens with the internet sometimes. Um, and I'm not sure what the workaround for that is, right? Because like we're pretty good at as human beings like reading each other's expressions. Um, and so I kind of feel like a lot of the time, like conflict will sometimes arise like, in chats or online where it's like in real life you'd just be instantly cool. Um, or you'd just be like at each other's throats like in a fist fight. But my point is like I do think sometimes like there's misunderstandings that happen in forums or like in text. I think like there's a lot of nuance to communication that even I'm really bad at picking up on nuance in communication quite often. I think I've talked about this on stream, but it's like I have a suspicion that I'm probably autistic. But it's like, not like wildly autistic, like mildly. Um, but even I pick up on like those nuances where it's like, there's occasional times where like something is said and like you can tell just from visually seeing what, the intent is. Um, whereas like when you boil communication down to just text, it's an interesting dynamic that happens. And I'm not sure what the solution for that is. But it's an interesting one. And I feel like the longer you grow your hair, the more you're just like, whatever, man. Let's all be cool. Like, I just can feel the hippie inside of me. Um, I used to have long hair in like junior high, and I think something like around the pandemic inspired me to stop caring and go back to like just having long hair. But I also just kind of like got really sick of cutting my hair. Have you guys ever had that? Like, and for a while I just got clippers and I was just cutting my own hair. Um, and that was kind of doing it. And then after a while, it's like I straight up just like it's like initially it was clippers and I was cutting my own hair and it worked and I was like, okay, this kind of works. I'm done with this big haircut industry. There's let's build a conspiracy about this. You guys, big haircut is trying to destroy all of our Samson like power. What do you guys think? Does that have legs? I want like a harmless conspiracy theory. I miss the days when like conspiracy theories were fun. What do you guys think about big haircut? Help me build this out. Anyhow, in reality, I just got kind of tired of cutting it. So I was like, I'm just gonna, and also kind of curious because it's been a long time. Like, I think the last time I had really long hair, super long hair, was when I was like 15 or 16. Like, I really haven't done like super long hair since like 15 or 16, which, is back in 1850. So, because I'm old, that was the joke. Which, by the way, jokes are much funnier when you explain them. They're not quite as funny if you just let them land. That's what I've heard. But anyhow, so yeah. Yeah, that might be the next one, Corey. Corey said, I have a mohawk now. Easiest haircut there is, next to letting it all grow long. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. Like, if I ever get sick of the long hair, I'm going to have this like radly long hair, that like if I mohawked that's going to be a pretty tall hawk. I don't know if I could get it to stand up, but I could always just do the bzz, So it's just one night with hair clippers away. For the chat record, I wasn't fighting, but I can't let someone flip me off publicly because then other people will think it's okay. So that was it, and I left it at that. Yeah, I mean, Frank, you're the mod. Just, I just want you guys to get along. Yeah, Frank said I might be mildly autistic. A lot of things are difficult to pick up in text. Well, the thing about autism is like usually in text I don't know. For me, I find like text is easier, but like sometimes we miss subtle like nonverbal cues, like things people aren't saying but they're meaning. Like that's, at least for me, that's harder. Egg whites will stand it up, but it's not worth it. I agree. I did egg whites in high school when I had a haircut. And okay, do you guys remember? Have any of you guys done the egg whites to stand up your hair? All's well and good till you hit something with that egg white, and then you just have white powder just like egg whites do not dry well in hair. So if you have like this tough mohawk and it's all stuck up with egg whites, and then you tap something too hard, it'll just poof. It looks like just a big explosion of powder. Just okay. So I'm gonna disappear for a second before you know what? Hold on. I want to pick the. I want to get everything but this nightmare here done. Okay, we do have everything but the nightmare. Okay, so I'm gonna pick. This is gonna be like a darker kind of oak, so it should match those. Oh my goodness, you guys. We're almost there. Okay, I'm going to disappear for a second to get more coffee. It is 12:30 midnight my time. I'll put on the 2 Stories trailer. And then we will rock and roll. Okay, here's the trailer for 2 Stories. All right, you guys, I was really hoping to knock out this whole page, but it might actually happen because I did get a little delayed promoting Scott's thing. What I'm going to have to do tomorrow, either before or after my stream tomorrow night, because I'm guessing that the time frame for getting this done, this might be another day, which will mean by midweek, I'm going to be 30 in, which isn't too bad. That leaves me about 200 to go. I think that is all possible. And for those of you who might remember, like, we're kind of back in an Elizabeth's room kind of scenario. Early on, there were like these pain in the butt pages to color that were Elizabeth's room. Although I kind of think I might have a quick way around it on the books, which is kind of good news. So we'll get there when we get there. But what I was going to say is tomorrow I need to read, like thoroughly read, a book that I agreed to provide a pull quote for. It's the first publisher that's reached out to me. Like, I've had friends reach out to me for pull quotes for their book, but this is the first like publisher that's reached out to me and been like, hey, can you provide like a pull quote for this book? And it's a good book. I looked through it and it's beautifully drawn. It's kind of an important topic that hasn't really been talked about in comics. And I've also been in, like, this is this particular artist's first graphic novel. And I've also been in that scenario where you're like trying to get a pull quote from people. And it's surprising to me, the people that you'll build relationships with in comics, and you'll think like they're going to be like a go-to if I ever get like a publishing deal and I need like a pull quote, and then they won't give it to you because they don't have the time. And I understand it now, because it's like, it is a big investment for somebody to sit down and read a book. Like in this case, I have like, 200 pages I have to finish. I don't have time to read a graphic novel, right? But I've had artists like David Chelsea and other amazing artists that have given me the time of day and provided pull quotes. And so I feel like I need to pay that back, especially because it's a good book. Like if the book looked like crap, I'd be like, yeah, I just maybe get somebody else. But it looks like a pretty insightful, kind of beautiful book, and it's kind of an honor. So I want to give it the time. I could just give a quote now, but it would be like a weak quote that kind of just talks about like the quality of the art or whatever. I want to give like a real good like quote that might help sell the book, not that my name would sell it, but just the quote itself, because it looks like a really good effort. And I've had artists, when I was coming up and when I've asked, provide quotes and stuff. So that's goal number 1 tomorrow, probably after my stream. I still have a couple days where I can kind of delay on it, but I need to get that. That would be like goal number 1. Goal number 2 would be like, let's see here. These are kind of interesting scenarios here. Goal number 2 will be Long Beach Comic-Con and seeing if there's still space available. Because I still need to promote Jacob's Apartment, which, by the way, one easy way to kind of promote that is you guys. Like, you guys all have a local library. Ask the libraries to have a copy of Jacob's Apartment. Easy peasy. That's a really good way to support the book. Hit up your local library. It's distributed through Diamond Distribution. The publisher is Graphic Mundi. The librarians should have total access to that. What is going on here? Thank you. Okay. Never mind. I actually went about this the wrong way. I'm going to go back to this color. And I'm going to make it brown again. And then we're going to go back and we're going to actually select books. So there's a couple things I'm going to do. Okay. I kind of did that wrong initially. It's funny. I've also been a little off my game, I think, because of the crazy week. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just saying, like, I'm making some basic errors that I otherwise wouldn't make. And so this panel has taken a little bit longer, not much longer, but a little bit longer than it usually would. If these were solid aliased lines, this process would be way more reliable, but I have a suspicion this might work, or I might just have to go in and individually select each one. But I'm kind of guessing not. Frank said, sounds like you need some rest. Yeah, I did get rest. So that's the nice thing, is I am rested. It's just like now that I've gotten rest, it's more like I'm back in the getting into the swing of things. Because like, yeah, this last weekend was just like, oh man, it was rough. Nothing like I know people who have it way worse. But yeah, it was an interesting weekend. But so that's my goal, is like to get those things done on top of what I need to do tonight. But today I will have a hard out at 2, so we may only finish maybe 1 or 2 panels of flats. That's okay. Sometimes pages call for that. Also, sometimes you have off nights, you know. I have had less off nights than, you know, I used to. I used to have a lot of off nights, you know. And I feel like it's been quite a bit better with that. I want to get in this little crevice, the crevasse. Did you guys ever get into Tenacious D? I'm curious in the chats. That first Tenacious D album to me has like a special, awesome place in my heart. I don't know if there's a lot of things in this life that match the sheer joy of the first Tenacious D album. I think we've had conversations about this. I think even Adam has had like actual, like he actually did this, which I'm a little jealous of. But we've been talking for a long time about the idea of doing, you know, karaoke on stream. And, and I think Adam did like a full out karaoke stream. And I believe Frank was on it. But I would rock the hell out of karaoke of like anything from that Tenacious D album, like anything from that first Tenacious D album. It is a work of glory and wonder. Frank said the Pick of Destiny. The Pick of Destiny is pretty good too. But that first album, man, with like Dio has rocked a long, long time. Like, oh my gosh. Now it's time for him to pass the torch. Anyhow, as a young college student, you know, as a handsome artist, like, no, as a young college student, when that album came out, like I think when my wife and I were first dating, that goes back to like, I'd have to look up the time, but I think we were like still dating at that point. And we would just drive around just like screaming at the top of our lungs Tenacious D lyrics. I saw them live a few times. The first time I saw them live was like they opened for the Foo Fighters. And we didn't go for the Foo Fighters. We went for Tenacious D. Not that the Foo Fighters weren't bad. It's just Tenacious D at that time was like so much better. That's how much I liked Tenacious D. Anyhow, I'm a nerd, but I have a soft spot for that first album. It has so many good bits too. There's the whole inward singing bit, tube technology, a lot of good bits on that album. Adam said we had a karaoke stream which was mostly sabotage. I feel like whenever you, by the way, I have a band called No Saboteurs. Just thought I'd mention that. We're probably practicing tomorrow. That's going to be interesting. I probably shouldn't practice with my band right now, but that gets back to that like work life. You know, sometimes relationships with people are important too. And it's like, I don't want to lose all my bandmates and friends just because I have this looming deadline. So I need to give them a day. Maybe I can't do it every week, but I feel like we need a day of rocking out. So I'll try to record that actually. If we're not totally rusty and terrible. As Adam knows, it's like when you haven't played music in a while, you can have this whole pre-rehearsal kind of moment where it's just like you sound so bad if you haven't played. Like you get in this vibe when you're playing with other people where you'll sound great. And then there's days where like sometimes, especially if you haven't practiced in a while, where you just sound like, you know, worse than like a 12-year-old kid who just got their first guitar, like banging around in their garage, which can be cool. But I don't want to embarrass all those guys. So I will put it up if it sounds any bit decent. So tomorrow or the next day, if you don't see some like clips of No Saboteurs, I usually post those on Instagram. You don't see that. That's a good indicator to you guys. Oh my gosh, we finished a panel. I feel like an excited little child. I finished a panel. Okay. Adam said, early Tenacious D is a big influence for me, minus the rock guitar aspects. We had a karaoke. Okay. And then he said someone used the stream to self-sabotage, which ruined most of it. Oh, that sucks. Sabotage. That's a fun word, though. You have to admit, that is a great word. There are a few words that I hear and I just think like, and this is going to sound silly and cliche, but I think like French resistance fighters, you know, like, did you guys ever see Top Secret? There was this movie, an old Val Kilmer movie back in the day that's super dumb, but amazing. It's like, it's good dumb. And it was called Top Secret. And it has like French resistance fighters in it. Anyhow, but like it's super goofy. It's just it's like a airplane style comedy. Philip said, "Oh my god, I remember that flick." Yeah, yeah. So like the word sabotage. Even though my band is No Saboteurs, the word sabotage alone, it just sounds like it brings to mind the silly Top Secret French resistance fighters. Not real French resistance fighters who were badass, but you know, cartoon ones, like mimes. I think of mimes when I think of sabotage. And what's weird is I don't know why in the US there's so much like kind of goofy caricature creating of the French, because I mean it's not like France was really fundamental in, like, even if we're talking just like the history of the country, they were like fundamental during our revolution. Like if we didn't have the support of France, we would have been screwed. Um and yet there's this like weird kind of, I'll even admit to it, I have a little bit of this like kind of like haha France kind of thing. But I don't know where it originates from. That's like there's a lot of that goofy kind of anti-Canadian stuff, not real anti-Canadian, but it's like comedy anti-Canada stuff in the US, and it's always kind of confusing. Because it's like, where does that originate from? I don't think Canada has ever, like, am I crazy? It doesn't seem like they've ever really been in conflict with the US. I might have a bit less of that because I like Kids in the Hall, and like I grew up with like a lot of Canadian stuff, and then my dad lived in Montreal for a bit too when we were younger. So, but I did have a friend who was part Canadian in high school, and we would tease him whenever he'd say like a boot. So maybe we're horrible people. Oh my gosh, Adam, am I self-sabotaging right now? I hope not. They're gonna pull that clip and be like, Joshua Kemble doesn't like French or Canadian people, which is funny because I think French and Canadian people are amazing. But you could pull that out of context. Was it like that kind of thing on the stream, Adam, or was it much far, far worse? Okay. Yeah, people love Canada, man. How can you not? I mean, Canada is awesome. I more than love Canada, I envy Canada quite often. There's just times where sometimes I fantasize about just bailing and hanging out in Canada. Like there have been a couple of years here where Canada has seemed like a real appealing option. The irony is it's actually, I think, pretty hard to leave here and go to Canada. I think that's actually a very difficult prospect to make happen because Canada's rad. So a lot of people would like being there. Okay. And I gotta say, man, like Toronto was awesome. I really enjoyed that trip. It was neat meeting up with you, Philip, too. We met up in Canada. That was pretty awesome. But overall, very positive experience. You wonder if on a trip like that, like if I went there and I met somebody who was just like super rude, or just met somebody who was like just a total jerk or something, like I wonder if that would color my view of the country. I'd like to think I'm kind of above making like a blanket judgment like that based on like one experience, but I definitely have had times where like I always try to keep this in mind at comic conventions. I've had times where like you meet like a cartoonist at a convention and they're kind of rude and like, or like don't give you the time of day or something, and you're like a big fan of this person's work, And especially when I was really young, like I vividly remember the few times that happened and how my perception of that artist went from like, oh, this is a really cool person to just like, what a jerk, you know? And I always try to keep that in mind when I'm doing conventions because the last thing I want to be is that person. So I want to take my time. I do vividly also remember, when I was young and I met Jeff Smith, and I was so excited. I was pretty young at the time, and I brought Bone, my cartoon books, and it was at Comic Con, and he was just at this like booth, I think for DC, because this was like right when he signed for Shazam. So maybe I wasn't that young. I think I was like a young man, but still, I was young. To me, it seems young now. But anyhow, I met him. He had a long conversation with me about his current career, asked me what my favorite parts of Bone were, drew Phone Bone in the comic for me, took his time drawing it, so he didn't just like crap it out. Like, and that vividly sticks with me. Like, I think that because of that experience, that solidified, like I was a Jeff Smith fan before, but that like solidified it, right? And I feel like there's moments like that. Um, and so I always try to keep that in mind because I'm like, I could be the person who like somebody's a big fan of, and then they're like, wow, that guy was a dick, at a con. Or I could be the guy who like, they're like, wow, he like got in a conversation with me and like talked to me about me and like was interested in what I do. And like, you could be an inspiration for people, or you could completely destroy somebody's perception of you. And it'll be a really hard thing to kind of clean up after the fact, right? So I try to keep that in mind when I go to cons. I always try. I might fail at it though, and something I'm trying to keep in mind now as like an older person is just the fact that like you never know to like that story, even if you've been to a convention and somebody was like kind of a jerk, who knows what they were going through, like you might have just come by at like the worst time possible for that person. Maybe they just found out like a member of their family passed away or something. You know what I mean? Like you never know what people are struggling with and what struggles they're bringing with them. So I feel like, when you're attending a convention, if somebody's kind of short with you, like I wouldn't make it like your eternal judgment of that person. However, I will say as a fan, that was pretty staggering, when I was younger and you'd meet somebody who was kind of a jerk. Like that's just like that's one of those things that will stick with you for a very long time. And it can color your view of their work, right? Like it can shade like what you think of their work, Why was I thinking about that? I have no idea. I think it was like mainly just thinking about conventions and something I try to think of when I go there. Oh, that's right. Because I was saying like I'm sure it works the same way where it's like if you visit a place and let's say you have a terrible experience there. Let's say like every time you went to LA, which actually this wouldn't be a big stretch of the imagination, because it's totally possible because LA can be really tough. Like it's not always the best city. So let's say every time you went to LA, just somebody like cut you off on the freeway, people cuss you out, like everyone's rude, no one's ever nice, like you have a horrible time every time you go to LA. Well, your perception of like LA, especially if that was like your only time in California, you might be like, dude, California? Or let's say even worse, like maybe that experience was your only time in the US. And so like forever you're just like, man, like the US kind of sucks, like 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 I can understand much like the convention thing, how that could color somebody's experience, even if it's not true. I can understand how that would, sway somebody's experience. We're getting there, you guys. It is 1 a.m, though. So I do think I might be able to finish up this page. Okay. We're in a good place here. I'm gonna go ahead and there's one other thing I want to do before I gonna possibly take another little quick break. But first, I would rather finish this. So Adam, you liked the first Tenacious D album too, because you were saying it was a big influence. I feel like the comedy in that, I could see that. Like I could see that as a potential influence. Karaoke saboteur incident was drug related. I took it down for his sake. People out there would have liked to use it against him. Yeah, I think that's actually really nice. Yeah, you don't want to leave stuff that would be like incriminating, especially if it's a friend, like who wants to do that, We want to make people look good, preferably not, get people like blacklisted or something. Okay, I'm going to save. What do you think of the idea of a totally artificial intelligence generated graphic novel or graphic novel equivalent? I feel like there was one that was recently done. I'm mixed on it because I don't like I don't mind the AI generated art thing. I just don't really care for it. But it's partially because I'm like a big authenticity person, and that really starts skewing authenticity. The other thing I have a problem with is I've noticed this with DALL-E. And I'm kind of curious when this comes to a head or if this is going to be a problem. But quite often it's like sampling other art to make the art. So it's like skewing and grabbing stuff from like a Google image search and kind of warping it slightly. But I'm kind of curious how that, to me, I'm curious about like the legality of the use. Because I could imagine if you're like looking at somebody's AI generated art and it's pretty much reliant on the backbone of art that you yourself created, that could be problematic. But it's definitely interesting. I wish I could remember, there was this illustrator. I feel like this came out like maybe a month ago by like a fairly substantial publisher. But I think somebody did one where they used AI as like the basis for the entire comic. It was like the first comic to be done that way. It's interesting. It could be a cool thing. I think the uses of it for like simplifying or using it as a basis, I think it's interesting. I mean, I could almost view it as like a synthesizer, where you're playing with like loops and stuff like that to make art. It could be cool. So, as boring as it is, my answer is like, I'm not into it, but I'm kind of into it. I don't know if that makes sense. I think philosophically, it's an interesting thing. What's interesting to me is like the art itself brings up like an ethical issue that AI itself will inevitably have. I just listened to a thing on this really recently about AI and morality, where forget who. Oh man, I wish I could remember who was having this conversation, but the premise was that they felt like science fiction kept getting the wrong concern about AI. And it was a really interesting take where they were saying like everyone kind of is concerned that AI is going to develop to the point where you have like functional beings with a soul that you've created and that you won't be able to know if there's a ghost in the machine. And that's always been like a huge topic with um AI, but like one of these guys that it was like a philosopher, which actually you might know this philosopher, Adam, because I think they're into Vedanta. Like I think the philosopher was into that. But I was listening to him talk, and he was talking about AI. I forget, he has a book called Master and I can't. You might actually know the guy, Adam, if you can remember, if that gives you any hint on the guy. But he's like a philosopher, and it was interesting because he was talking about how the concern shouldn't be so much like will AI inevitably like get feelings, and like will human beings create an actual autonomous human being with a soul and feelings and stuff like that. He was saying, and I thought this was really interesting, that the concern should more be like more realistic, which is could AI get to a point where we're fooled to think that they're human beings, that they're not programmed. And then from there, we have an ethical dilemma where we're giving the treatment to a being that has no empathy or compassion or emotion, but has been programmed to very convincingly fool us that it does, and start affording them the rights of humans with dignity and souls. And so it was an interesting thing of him thinking that it would be more of like a danger that people could manipulate the AI to where you could think it meant something. And I think that the art, I guess my point is, I know this is a long winded way of saying it, but I think the art would um, delve into those territories where purely AI generated art can like give you the sense of a communication of a soul or of like intention or purpose. But it could be much like that kind of danger zone of like building a full AI where you might be able to fool people to think that there's deeper things going on than there are, which I guess technically like brings up a whole can of worms of like, isn't that kind of a scenario in art anyway? But yeah, that's my very long-winded, kind of boring answer to that, I guess. Does that make sense? Philip was saying, I tried that AI thing. It's awful. I can't stand it. I think it could be helpful though, like for, doing, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Adam. I think a back and forth, especially with comedy, I think the Tenacious D thing is going to be like much more effective with like it is like comedy troupe type comedy. It's comedy that kind of relies on like riffing on other people. And so I could see that as being like kind of a thing with like a more group collaboration. It definitely has that kind of vibe to it. Okay. Yeah, I wish I could. You should look it up, Adam. But I think there is like a first AI comic. I can't remember. I was looking at like a Diamond catalog, um, and I forget. Maybe it was on Comics Beat or something. I can't remember which site it was on, but it was interesting that it was like a whole thing that like an illustrator had taken on. Like they generated this fully painted graphic novel, and I think they had gone over it and done a couple like mild alterations, but like the whole thing was like premised. I think it was an existing story that they kind of typed sequences in from the story, um, and sort of used AI to generate it. So I don't know. I mean, I think AI is interesting. It's definitely interesting. I think it brings some really heavy philosophical topics. Because again, like you could probably generate something with AI that one might think has like a lot more depth to it than it does. Um, and that gets into like those weird ethical territories of like, well, is that authentic? Is that authentic? Is authenticity even possible? Like, it's an interesting territory. I think it's worth delving into. I'd love to see what comes out of it. Adam was saying the thing I'm doing is different than that. That's cool. Yeah, because it was pretty stunning. Like it, I mean, it looked pretty stunning. I think as like a basis for like a prompt though, or like as like a baseline kind of starting point, it might be interesting. You know what I think would be cool is thematically if it fit. Like if your story were about AI in some way. But I mean, I'm kind of a weirdo. Like I like, I think Adam, you and I are kind of in the same boat with like I have a real appreciation for like the hand done, even though like a lot of stuff, if it's hand done, doesn't need to be hand done. It's just like there's something about it that I like, even though a lot of it's like kind of antiquated. I might be the same with like AI. I'm sure it's very much the future, but it is the future, the distant future. We are getting close, you guys. Getting very, very close. This should be that deeper red. Maybe the very deep red. Oh, sorry. Sorry for banging that. I know that's got to be. It was that loud when I bumped the mic. Hopefully, not too much. Sometimes the mic is so close. You know what? We're going to do brighter. Sometimes that mic gets so close that I accidentally tap it, and then I remember, like, oh crap, like, you poor folks are hearing that. I'm going to go this route instead. Yep, that's the route. Sits better in the room. Adam was saying the results I'm getting look more like drawings or old film. Interesting. Okay. We're getting there, guys. Frank said, did someone say stunning? I'm here. Frank was like laying down the mod law in the chats. So I will just say, guys, be nice to Frank in the chats, okay? I don't know if he's in a mood today. I feel like Frank's like the sheriff in town today, kind of doing the go ahead, make my day kind of thing. I mean that with the highest respect, Frank. You've been an awesome mod for the channel. And your modding is appreciated. All right. That is 2 panels, you guys. That's the beauty of these pages, is like every once in a while you get the crazy panel. But we got 2 panels done and they're looking pretty good. I'm happy with how they're looking. They just take, unfortunately, 10,000 years to occur. So as a handsome artist, Frank, what do you think about these panels so far? All right, so I'll be right back, guys. And we're gonna rock this business for the last chunk of time. But before that, I'm gonna play the Jacob's apartment trailer. Maybe we'll check in on Scott's might check in on Scott's Young and the Dead. See how that's coming along. Because I think it's coming along, but we'll have to see where it's at. Okay. Sorry, I was kind of sneak peeking a little bit at Scott's thing. Okay, so I have that all set up. I'm going to go ahead and put on the trailer for Jacob's apartment, and I will be right back. We'll then look at Scott's Young and the Dead Kickstarter, youngandthedead.com, which you guys should all be supporting. And then we'll get back and see how far we can get on that 3rd panel before 2 o'clock. Here we go, guys.
Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart.
All right. So if you guys haven't yet, also Corey Kerr has like a Substack, and I highly encourage you guys to check that out. I'm gonna probably have to check it out tomorrow morning because I'm flatting comics. Oh yeah, flatting comics, brother. All right, let's start some drama. Are you guys ready? I want to pull this clip coming up. I'm trying to think of some drama to start. What do you guys think? we could do like wrestling videos. I'm such like a this is why I could never do like the YouTube drama stuff. I'm not like a real drama kind of person, and I'm a pretty forgiving person, and I feel like to get into internet drama you have to be like no holes barred, like hold resentments that last for like years. Like cuz I was going to say like I was almost thinking like of doing like a wrestling video kind of thing. Let me see. Oh, I can't even think. You guys have to give me ideas for like a drama clip where I could just be like, "Oh yeah, brother, if you want to bring the heat," that kind of thing. But I don't even have a good wrestling voice, and if I tried to do like a really good one, I think I'd get murdered by everybody in my household because I'd wake them up. I got a kid who has school tomorrow, so I can't get too loud, you know. Speaking of, this is kind of adorable, but like, so my son is like besties with his niece, you know, like, or sorry, his cousin, my niece. Um, I'm so bad with like the family relation words. But anyhow, they're like besties. They've been like real close friends since they were like born, you know, like because they're both around the same age with like months of distance. And so like they're thick as thieves. They go to the same school. Um, and they just found out today when they went for their first day of school that they are in the same class. How cool is that? I never had a relative in the same class. Like my wife, you know, because she has a twin, like they kind of grew up with that experience where they had like someone around, which is kind of a cool unique thing I think about like twins, right? Like they have somebody around to kind of experience life with. That's like kind of going through the same stages of life and everything at the same time. And I'm glad my son has that, but I also am really stoked because he was pretty pumped. Like, I mean, do you remember when you were a kid and you get to class and you realize like one of your best friends is in the class? It's just a cool thing to kind of experience. I don't know. I didn't see any like drama suggestions. Come on, guys. I think karaoke streams, though, you got to make it happen, Adam. You got to make a karaoke, a legit karaoke stream happen. And somehow, I'm trying to think of like ways you can avoid somebody totally just self-sabotaging on stream. Maybe just like, I don't know, like topic restrictions or something. I don't know. Because you want it to get a little rowdy, but you don't want like people, you know, going on there and like ruining their career or something. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of like ways, but I do think the karaoke stream idea, Adam, is like a really, really cool one. And that actually sounds like fun. Like it could just be incredibly hilarious and fun. I feel like I saw a clip from that though. Is that still on your channel where it's Frank rocking some karaoke? Also, Frank, is the Little Mermaid promotion you did still up? Is that up on your channel, Frank? I would hope it's on Salazar Art Nation, but Frank did a pretty epic Little Mermaid promotion for his comic book. I feel like we should do one that's like a karaoke stream to benefit Scott Serklin's Kickstarter. We could do it like a telethon kind of thing, right? I don't know. I mean, it's your channel, Adam. I don't know. That could be really cool. Like, we could talk about how there are Circlins starving that really need our help. Like, there's a lot of Circlins out there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Do it like an NPR fundraiser drive, but just to get, Scott's Kickstarter boosted. Adam said, let me know if you have time out of your schedule starting sometime after a couple of weeks from now. Yeah, I mean, I'd hope so. It'd be cool if it aligned with like, the problem is I wouldn't be able to do it at night. If we're talking about like a karaoke thing, it'd have to, ideally it'd be like on a weekend, Oh, I don't know, Adam. I like the idea of it not being rehearsed. Because then it's more like actual karaoke. If like everybody gets to rehearse their karaoke, then it's like not quite like karaoke. Whereas if it's, the only problem is like you got to figure out, well, here's the other thing. How does that work for like monetization? Like I'd imagine like it's all like copywritten stuff. There's got to be a thing with that. But I do think there's something to that karaoke thing, Adam, that I think could really pull together. You were talking about wanting to do like a variety show kind of thing, and I think that's a great idea. Here's a question that's kind of strange. What do you guys want people to know you for? Like, okay, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, there are people online who are like super well known as like lol cows or whatever. I don't know why I was thinking about this. It's because I said variety show, and then I was thinking of some YouTube variety shows that get a little saucy, and some of them will talk about like lol cows and have lol cows on and stuff like that. And I was thinking about like what a weird experience it would be to be a lol cow online. Like, and I don't know. I think most people who are familiar with the interwebs know what a lol cow is, But it's got to be a really weird experience, and like I don't know if I would like it. However, I think if I were there, I would probably milk it and try to sell some comics and get some fans. But I think that would be a rough way to go online. I don't know if that makes sense. Anyhow, I was only bringing it up. I was just kind of curious, like, what would be your take on it? Like, you guys, would you prefer anonymity and obscurity, or like super fame and like lolcowdom. It's an interesting conundrum, right? Because I think like with the internet, there's a million things that you can do. I feel like one of the things I like about kind of our community that I feel kind of distinguishes it from a bit of some other art communities is like usually you have this mix of like art communities that are super positive but like almost fake positive, where it's just like, hey guys, we're going to do draw streams today and draw pretty pictures and talk about, butterflies and rainbows and unicorns and like um and there's that kind of thing, and that's a community online. And I don't think that's I think of the options, like that's not the worst. But that's I don't feel like that's our art community online. But then I also feel like we don't there's also the super just toxic, like at each other's throats, like making attack videos, like talking crap about entire industries, right? Like there's that community, especially in comics, right? And like I don't think we're there. I don't think we want to be there. So it's like this interesting niche where I feel like we have this kind of authentic community. And I know people like pull around that word or throw around that word a lot. But I feel like there's a sense of authenticity, but also positivity, but like sincere positivity where it's not like we're all like constantly, whitewashing everything we say. Um, but we're also like socially aware. I don't know. It's something I appreciate about our community, and like it's interesting. But I have thought about that. Like, I don't know. I think it's because I was listening to like some internet drama stuff. Because sometimes I'll delve into like, you know, the deep interweb drama stuff. Um, and man, I mean, it's entertaining, like internet drama, lolcows, all that stuff can be super entertaining. But it's also like kind of a weird thing where it's like very dehumanizing. And I don't know. It's like this weird thing where I think it like appeals to something, but it like I do there is a part of me that feels kind of empathy at people online who are like being laughed at and not laughed with. I don't know if that makes sense. But then there's also a darker side of me that kind of enjoys some of that content. So it's like, I don't know, it's just an interesting thing. I do kind of feel like though, if you are there and you kind of get to that point, like you might as well sell some comics, like I mean, I don't think that's the way I would personally want to sell comics, but if I ever ended up there, I would want to like monetize the hell out of it. So at least it would be worth the nightmare that it seems like it would be. But I also feel like there's more to art and stuff like that than just money, right? Like if we all wanted to make money, we could just make like meme artwork that's like, maybe playing on controversy or something to like sell. I don't know. It's an interesting I don't know why I'm rambling about it, but it's an interesting thought. And I think it's an old question, where it's like I think a lot of people have asked the question, at what cost would you want fame, that kind of thing. An old one. So the entire weekend then, what I had planned was so much more epic than what happened. Yeah, I think that's how plans tend to go. I don't know if that makes sense. I feel like quite often in life, like there's things that seem like really epic, and then they kind of are, but they're always different, you know? It's like, um, I don't know, especially with like big events, right? I think like quite often it's like it'll be cool, but it's never gonna be kind of like if you explain. Okay, I thought of an example. So imagine you're talking to somebody who's never been drunk in their life. Like they've never had a drop of alcohol, they've never been drunk. So there's like movie drunk, and it's described in a certain way. And I think it's not always going to be like drinking is not like that. So for somebody who's never drank, when they first drink, there might be this like semblance of like excitement and yet total disappointment because it's never going to be quite what they planned, right? I feel like events are kind of like that too, um, where it's like they can be really cool, but also like not quite ever living up exactly to what the thing in our head is. Much like art, you know, where it's like you can get close, but rarely is it going to be exactly the idea in your head. And so part of the process of making art is just kind of navigating the fine line between like how far from your head's intention is acceptable and passable, because it's never going to be exact, you know. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm also just riffing and rambling here, but I do feel like if you set something up like that, you got to be kind of prepared for whatever it sort of evolves to, because it's a community thing, and anytime there's community things, they tend to be very flux. Like there's a lot of variables that you can't control. The only reason I'm mentioning those things is like there's a reason I avoid group projects like the plague, except with like specific people, because I like the control of like working on my own comic, you know. Even playing in a band, you know, is interesting because it's like fun. I like playing in a band, but it's also frustrating because there's all these variables that are outside of your control, you know. And so it's like if I'm going to play in a band, I have to be kind of cozy with that like realm of it being whatever it is, you know. The cool thing is, Adam, whatever you set out to do, you're going to be making something that didn't exist before, and that's pretty cool. But I mean, you read about that all the time. Like, you know, there's like people who plan their weddings and like I think wedding planners always talk about that, where it's like it's never going to be the exact thing that you had in your head when you're planning this big life event, but it can be cool. It just depends on like how sort of, you know, in the moment the people allow themselves to be. It's a tough one. But I would say like maybe planning just some like guidelines for like what topics and stuff. Like I'd try to kind of arrange it where you don't end up having like stuff that, you know, then you have to like pull, you know, which again, like, how can you control that? You know, I don't know. Oh, Adam said, I think being a Lulz cow would be literally unbearable. Yeah, I think so too. Cause it's kind of like I was bullied as a kid, and like being bullied is really brutal, you know, and you develop a thick skin if you've been in that situation as a kid, but it's like as an adult, like a bit of that lolcow kind of culture that's a little bit of bullying. And I guess the times where it's kind of interesting are when it's somebody who thinks, like, I don't know, it's usually, I guess, like, to me, the most entertaining, if I'm confessing to like finding some of the lolcow stuff interesting, I think the most entertaining is when it's somebody who's super arrogant and kind of rude. And then it's almost like this, like when it's almost earned. I don't know. It's a hard balance to kind of figure out, but I do think in general, I think that would be a nightmare. And it's probably not the best thing. But if I ever ended up there, I think, I mean, you got to kind of make lemons or lemonade. You got to make lemons from lemonade. That's how the phrase went. Sorry. I think the phrase is you have to make lemonade if you are given lemons, right? So it's like if you're in that, ooh, this is supposed to be a different outfit. Hmm. So this won't be purple. This will have the white though. Adam said someone thought they were doing me a favor by doing a bunch of random karaoke songs, but really were interrupting my plan for a big epic performance I had lined up. Oh. So I think in that case, like that might require a little planning where you could be like, hey, we're gonna have people come on and stuff like this, and then about this time, like I'm gonna kind of do this big epic performance or whatever. Yeah, I'm familiar with this dress that I'm coloring, and I think this dress may end up being about the last part of this stream because we are at 1:44, so I have about 15 minutes left to rock and roll here. And I mean, there is definitely no sleep till Brooklyn here, you guys. Turning lemonade into a lemon is pretty impressive, said Adam. Yeah, that would be a pretty killer magic trick, that reminds me of my son was really into this show called The Rough Ruffman Show on PBS. Frank might know what that show is because I think his kids are of around the same kind of age territory. But anyway, I had a song called You Can't Untoast the Toast. And it's explaining to kids that you can toast a piece of bread and turn a piece of bread into toast, but you cannot then untoast the toast. I think there's got to be like an actual scientific principle to that. I'm sure it has something to do with like you kind of can't like reverse entropy. Like once you've completely demolished an item, it's not going to be easy to kind of rebuild it. I'm sure there's some sort of principle there. But I do like the idea of just maybe a character that gets, cliche sayings wrong. Like in a comic, imagine a character just without catching themselves, just saying like a trope statement, like when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. But instead, they say, hey, when life gives you lemonade, you make lemons. You know what I mean? And they just say it like unflinchingly. I think that would be a pretty great character. Yeah, a kid's song about entropy and the wheel of time. Yep. But I like the You Can't Untoast the Toast song. That is actually pretty good. I will tell you, I was very impressed by the Rough Men show on PBS. There's also another show. This is interesting. I don't know, Adam, if you liked Rocco's Modern Life back in the day, I feel like that animator has a really neat style. And it's very unique, but he has another show. The guy who did Rocco's Modern Life back in the day that he developed called Luna. I think it's like Luna the Moon. It is so good. And I was watching it for like 3 episodes when my son was watching it. I was like, this is so familiar. And then it dawned on me like halfway through it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is the Rocco's Modern Life guy. It's like that. It's just a distinct look. But anyhow, so I didn't know he was working on a PBS show, but yeah, he does one called Luna. Yeah. And I didn't know that was based on his stuff, but I just think it's such a cool, distinctive style. Yeah, Adam was saying Luna is based on a kid's book he did. It's so good. It is such a good show. And my son loves it. I was just like, that's so funny. It's Rocco's Modern Life for sure. Which, by the way, if anybody wants to see like some solid, just squash and stretch, very solid cartooning, unique cartooning, like in the sense of like it's unique enough to where I never get his animation. His character designs are just impossible to confuse with any other artist. Like it's a very distinct style. And that's saying a lot. Like it's really hard, I think, for an animator to have such a like kind of singular voice. And I think it's pretty cool that he has that. But I also really like I like how he does mouth movements. I think that's one of the most remarkable things about his animations is like when people like hold like a th, it's like the most pronounced, exaggerated like mouth movements. It's the best. I think he's a great animator. Oh, cool. Adam said he has a cool self-published independent comic book he did a few years ago. Awesome. And then he said I took a cartooning course online video form from him and got to talk to him a little back and forth through it. That's awesome. Yeah, just very skillful animator. Yeah, it's fun. That is one of the funnest things about having kids is like you kind of reconnect with a lot of animation and kids books and stuff through your kids. Okay. This is going to be about as far as we can get. I think I want this to be white chandelier stuff. The only thing I don't want white here is here. Joe Murray, is also a very good human being. He's big on like ethics and soul and against corporate greed and against destruction of the environment. Yeah, you can kind of tell just the way Rocco's Modern Life was. Yeah, I mean, that show was really good. Like, really good lessons. Like, honestly, if you guys haven't watched that, watch Rocco's Modern Life. Is that available streaming anywhere, or is that like something you just kind of have to hunt on YouTube? Yeah, I'd need to read more about him, actually. I'd be really interested because I really enjoyed that show a lot. And I do feel like it had a lot of statements against corporate greed and stuff. I still remember a mall episode that just like blew my mind. And it was just basically like the most anti-consumeristic episode I've ever seen. I'd have to rewatch, but I still remember being like, whoa, that was actually like very profound and heavy for like a Rocco's Modern Life episode, Nice. He has a cartooning tutorial book out. That's awesome. Yeah, I feel like whenever I talk like animation and cartooning for Adam's expertise comes out. Okay, here we go. Not that it doesn't come out in other realms. All right. So we are getting there. It is a shame that I was not able to get further. Still got 7 minutes, but I'm wrapping the stream at 2 a.m. because that is my cutoff time. But I feel like we made some progress. Oh, we were supposed to check in with Scott. All right, guys. Here's what we're quickly going to do. I'm going to just go ahead and make the parts that I haven't finished yet magenta. We'll take a look at how it's looking so far. I think it's looking pretty darned incredible, though, the areas that are finished, Like, I think that's pretty nice. I think that's pretty nice. I think that's getting there, right? We're seeing the transition of time. We're going to see her slowly get more and more pregnant till that final panel, which will be a beast, but we'll finish it. Adam said it's late, but at some point I'd love to hear some feedback from you on some AI stuff I have generated. I might adjust my plans for a book. It may not exactly work strictly as a comic. I'm kind of curious, though. I'd be interested. And I do think it's an interesting topic, I'm going to go ahead and close these without saving because we don't want to save changes we didn't make. Okay. There is one last thing that I want to check real quick before we call it a night on our stream. So let's see here. Do we have... Okay. Are you guys ready? Okay. That's what I wanted to check. So Scott Circlin's Young and the Dead. I'm refreshing it. Okay. So by the time I leave tonight, He's at 1,081 with 30 backers of a $1,200 goal. I'm going to just go through this real quick. Just because I'd encourage you guys, if you're watching this stream after the fact, look at this beautiful alternate. This is a variant cover of issue number 5 by Russ Leach. A variant cover by Frederica Marchetti. This is a, let's keep going. This is a variant cover by Gary Hodges. A beautiful variant. Man, just the design of that's so nice. This is a variant cover by Corey Kerr of issue 2, and then my variant cover of issue 1. All of those variant covers are offered for a limited time, and I mean, there's all these great tiers. I ended up backing the variant cover, this ice cream sandwich number 5, to get the print bundle of all the variant covers because I want all of them. They look great. And then I added, like, you can do an add-on, so I just did a number 5 so I could get issue 5. But anyhow, you guys should back whatever you want. But I'm just saying, back, you know, even you can even just get the one issue. But regardless, you guys, let's fund this thing and let's fund it quick, because that can create momentum. So Scott hopefully just makes a ton on this, because yeah, it's issue number 5 of Young and the Dead. So that's Scott stuff. I'm gonna hustle it because he's a good friend, and I'll turn that off now. And then I will say right now, if you haven't yet, also make sure you buy this guy, which is 2 Stories, which is my graphic novel about faith and mental illness that I'm strangely making hover. Ooh, I'm just kidding. Hold on. Let me see if I can do something really, really lame real quick. You guys, this is like internet 1.0 kind of humor. Okay. You guys, pre-order Jacob's Apartment. Pre-order it. I'm making it hover across the screen. Okay, that was my special effect to end the night with. Don't pre-order it. Sorry. Tell your local library or bookstore to carry this book, and make sure you've picked up a copy. Yeah, because books that sell will continue to sell, and books that don't get out of print, and then they don't get reprinted. So if you guys want to see my stuff out there, please support. And then boom, just lastly, that's the variant cover I did for Scott Circlin's thing. And let's go back to our daily stream. Okay, guys, that'll do it. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with me. And thanks, Adam. Thanks, Frank. Thanks, Philip. Holy moly, thanks to everybody in there. Oh, I love Philip's. Let's leave it at that. When life gives you lemons, make orange juice and leave people wondering how you did that. I love that. Words to live by, Philip. All right, guys, have a good night. Oh, and I love Rocco's Modern Life. Wasn't a bad place to leave it either. Have a good night. I hope you guys are productive on your own personal stuff. And I will probably be streaming tomorrow to finish up the flat colors of page 29, because we're almost there, but we're not quite. All right, guys, have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. And hopefully I'll wake up to see Scott's stuff fully funded, and what the heck, to see my stuff on the New York Times bestseller list. Well, we're wishing. Who knows? I'm joking, by the way. I'm not going to be there anytime soon. All right, guys. Have a good night. I wish you all success, and I wish you health. I wish you happiness. I wish you all wishes of wishfulness. Go forth and wish wishing stuff. Bye. Okay, bye. It's so hard to close out without saying bye forever. How do you do it, Adam? Before I close out, I'm kind of curious. How do you end your streams? Because it is always awkward. I guess that's a good one. Let's leave it on that. Adios. See you guys.